item for all Salone people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Beberebe program then like Salone discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hello, my name is Josephine Kamara. I'm the founder of You Can Do It Foundation. You Can Do It Foundation is a charitable organization based in Sierra Leone, West Africa. You Can Do It Foundation has been in existence for the past 2 years. We have been fighting gender-based violence against women and girls within the community. During the past 2 years, we have been offering psychosocial support, counseling, court fee, medical fee, including school items to the survivors of gender-based violence. However, during the lockdown of COVID-19, report received and confirmed that rape cases among a minor has increased tremendously within our community. Because of this, You Can Do It Foundation has secured the land to build an accommodation for the survivors of rape. However, this may almost become impossible without your generous support. We need your help to build this home for the survivors. Your help could be in cash or in kind. If you wish to join us to make a difference in a child's life, please go to our website, which is www.youcandoitcyf.org, or you can go to our GoFundMe page, which is Home of Hope for the survivors of gender-based, or you can contact us with the details at the end of this video. We thank you greatly for your generous support, and thank you once more for making a difference in a child's life.
When I was young, a lot of things were different. Unfortunately, most of the differences seen now are heartbreaking and are not good at all.
Before now, men were strong protectors of the weak, fathers, brothers, lovers, sons. Their mere presence guaranteed the safety of women and children.
But what do we do now?
Men harassing and raping women.
Men sexually abuse little girls.
Men battering and killing their wives.
Any form of sexual assault, be it rape, sexual abuse, or pedophilia, is a killer to human self-esteem.
Women should stop dying in silence.
Speak now.
The rapist should be stigmatized, not the victim.
I think death sentence should be the consequence of such terrible act.
And you mothers, build confidence in your children, put trust in them, listen to them when they make reports, and take necessary actions.
Talking of mothers before now, women were virtuous.
They were mothers, daughters, and sisters.
Nurturing, counseling, supporting their men folks.
But now,
Women are trafficking female children for money.
women are forced to be silenced.
All this must stop, and it must stop now.
Real men do not abuse, rape, or molest women and children.
It is barbaric, unacceptable.
Let all real men stand with us.
Together, let's say an emphatic no
to rape, sexual abuse, pedophilia, and domestic violence.
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Nina Yvonne Akisoya, and 11th May 2021 make me 3 years where I don't day in office. I say let I come and tell Freetonians them una boku tenki for where una elect me and when I give me this mandate for serve una. But I not just want to tell una thank you for when I elect me, I want to tell una thank you for when I don't work with me and work with the councillors, work with the staff of Freetown City Council, work with so many stakeholders, including the central government, the international partners, the local partners. I want to tell una, the Freetonians, and thank you, but I want to tell all the other groups and the boku tenki. Together, we embark on a journey for Transform Freetown, and in nobody not been say it go easy. We published the plan in January 2019, and then in January 2020, we published our first year report, and then in January 2021, we don't publish with 2-year report. Inside the reports and day, you go able for read in much more detail, waiting we don't achieve. But family them, I still just share today some of the things that really make me heart gladdy, pandis walk here. One thing I'm really gladdy about, now the wastewater treatment plant, where we don't build, na King Tom. This is not the first time ever in the history of Salone for let we get the thing we come on with toilet. Instead of it just gonna grow na King Tom, it actually go into a plant where they get for separate the solid from the liquid and get for treat them and waiting get for come out can go towards manure. It can now be safely, the liquid can now safely be disposed into the waterways. Another practical thing we are so glad for, now this urban farming project, we bring over 300, in fact we start with 300, now we add another 200 women them. We now at them backyard them and in community level, particularly in the deprived communities.
And you can create this, where you give, the okra they come up, they will plant them.
The women they do farming projects where go benefit them picking them, for get more nutritious food, but it go also help them for get small thing at the hand as they sell them in the market. And then their nursery school. Famble then go no say we've been done open the one at Congo Water Market for make vulnerable women them and their young picking it under the age of 5 get free quality preschool care. And now we dip and build the second one. We do refurbishment upstairs in the Kruta Road Market, and that facility will be open and available to women and men traders inside Kruta Road Market. Tricycles. Well then tricycle and they not only then they help for keep we city clean, they also they create employment. We don't create so far over 1,200 jobs with young people then where they go and collect dirty na the streets. And now we get 90 more where they come on stream. So I'm so happy because it increased the capacity for collect dirty. At the same time, it increased the number of people them, young people that we get work. Let not talk about the transfer station when I did the dirty then they go. So we don't get 4 additional ones, including the one at Lumley, the one at Approved School, the one at Shell, and the one at Allentown. Bele Uman them. Then they all over our community. That journey for going to PCMH, it can challenge Boko of them. So we work for upgrade 5 of we PHUs them for make them be monk, side with side Bele Uman, they able for born. Freetown people, then Boku people, then no say dog na challenge na this city. And so we don't start a program for sterilize, vaccinate the dogs them so that we go get control over dogs and we the ambog motaman, but we the ambog themselves. We go make we city healthier and it go reduce the risk for let people then get us sick with and call rabies. I don't share small about wait we don't do. And over these 3 years, but I just touch the Tinem Boku. I go say anybody want for no more. Also go now with Facebook page. We get Freetown City Council Facebook page. We also get Yvonne Akisoya, Mayor of Freetown. You go able for follow we. Let we continue for work together with all we stakeholders for let collectively we transform Freetown. Una, thank you and God bless you.
Na Yvonne, Na Yvonne, talk and go, talk and come. Na Yvonne.
Hello, Fambulem. Una good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the world where you find yourself. Welcome to Sierra Gem Media. We Wednesday program, the big discussion. So today, not to Inside the Republic, now the big discussion, and we're glad we wanna join we. We appreciate una very much. Me, una presenter. Na Juma Ba, and I get my co-moderator and presenter, Mr. Sylvester Duba, commonly known as T-Boy the man. And also behind the scenes, we get, Palma's Pama, Mr. Obafemi Pama. We don't know side come out whether na Zululand or side, but in safe day with we. So the team there. So and for our newcomers, we appreciate you. Welcome. And we're glad you forget una and hope say una go get a happy time with we, both on Facebook, YouTube, as well as on we WhatsApp platforms. And for we regulars, the one that we are parts and parcel, we are shareholders of Sierra Gem Media. We say thank you to you all because without una, we not get program, and we encourage everybody, please, do us the favor. Let's grow the platform so other people go benefit. Share with your friends, your family, and your wider network. Let them able for benefit. Let themselves able for participate and contribute to the discussion and everything we concerning Sierra Leone and Africa. So obviously we do tonight today again. I will welcome T-Boy for say Adutona and also tell we waiting they expect for today's program. I can always like for ask him that question there. Over to you, T-Boy. Welcome.
Welcome to another edition of Sierra Leone Media Live on Facebook and YouTube. Well, today na another day, so basically we're here to talk. We don't come back for Sudan Power Boku talk, but anyway, never mind. Juma, today's program is, should I say, one of the most challenging and controversial one. We some thinking that can they wonder who side the telescope then can be, who side the people then can be, which kind of information will they give them, and how then they break this information down for me and come up with that kind of reports here so they can they give you. We're not saying the reports are not true, genuine, or whatever you might call it, but I think it is a lot of eyebrows of Sierra Leoneans for know why this has happened consistently in a row. Is it something that we're doing wrong, or is it something that we're doing right, or what is the problem? We need to know. I think that is one of the reasons why I find this program today to be very interesting, because it's not just about the report, but it's about finding out how this report is being put together and what it actually means for those who are actually looking at it, and what is their basis of their resource of findings. Now I make Alec for talk about this program today.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much. And you're right. And I will say, you know, a program like this, now they compare dream and reality. Okay, so now that we can talk about, and we go break and down to now follow now understand possibly, or let we guide the conversation in a way we will feel say we all go able for see we self inside it and why it's important. And yesterday we used a lot of scenarios around the ginger cake, Benny cake, bread and butter. Today, now report card, you know, how they perform na school, you know, class 1, that kind, you know, scenario they now they paint, and all the subjects the way you get, if they tell you say you pass, whether you for glad or you cry, you know, so that kind of conversation. And again, let we know for say the important thing, T-Boy, as you say, we all the inside this. Then say, if you know, how then can say, then say, oh, we are not interested in politics, I know they discuss politics. But if you're not interested in politics, politics go, you know, do the work for you. Politics go be interested in you, because everything we do gets in political implications. Politics, they influence them directly. Everything about we life right now, you know, wherever you did at the world. So that's why you have to participate. Participating in politics, involving in politics, not means say you get for be a career politician, right, T-Boy? Or it not means say you get for actively get a membership card of a political party. But you for be politically aware of things the way they happen in your community and how then things then they affect you directly. And if you, we start with the advice for let we move or look at the bigger picture. If you say you're not interested because politicians them they all not lie man them, for example, you're not interested because politicians they're all not the same. You're not interested because APC and SLPP now one mommy born them better not did it. When you're not interested, the wrong people that were interested, the one that were not sabi, the one that will not get you interest at heart, the one that will not care for you go before one or the generation yet unborn, go be the people we go make decisions for you. Now then go sit down at the table outside decisions then go be made. Tibo, and a lie, or you know, did I say anything different? Because I don't break and so forth before we begin going.
You're definitely correct, because if you not stand for something, it means you stand for nothing. Right. And if you stand for something, it means you can at some point effect some amount of changes because you stand for that particular something. So basically, me now one part of the people that read me, they say over the years, I'm not interested in politics. I don't want anything to do with politics because I think politics to me is one type of a game. If you're not ready to be in it, don't get yourself actively involved in it because it comes with so many goods and bads. It depends on how you break them down to your own way. it might be of benefit. But politics to the extreme is about interest. And if that interest satisfies your needs, fine. Sometimes the interest can be selfish. Sometimes the interest can be national. Sometimes the interest can be tribal. Sometimes the interest can be religion. Sometimes the interest can be anything. So it's about interest-based policies, the way you believe in, then they make you to get actively involved. So if you're not part of that system, how will you be able to make the change where you possibly look forward to? How are you able to make a contribution towards that change? So I believe, say, one way or the other, our lives that we live is politics. It happens from our homes, into our workplaces, within our friendships that we have, within the relationship that we don't get, we get currently. So it involves the entire bit of what we stand for as mortal man. If you say you don't want to get involved in politics, then you might as well, I would say you might as well die, because inside you also in politics, they work there effectively. And if you watch family dynamics, it's highly political, because you have favoritism, you have likes, you have dislikes, you have people who can just be in the middle trying to sort things out, make sure say everything okay, everybody is fine. You get the people that are the softeners, the way anything we don't go wrong in the community or in your family, they comes and soften things, not the ones that we come we make things worse. So politics is highly part of our lives. So we have to be very mindful of how we exclude yourself away from them. So I believe, say, since I changed my mindset like 10, 15 years ago for say, well, I have to be involved in some way in politics, because it is a way of life for every human being on earth, and you therefore make your own meaningful contribution. Even if you're not actively involved in any political party, you not get political, but your life is still in politics. So you therefore be either in support or what in the other word if you don't support somebody.
If you not in support, what you mean? You there against?
You don't support any kind of political party, but you still support somebody support at some point.
Well, you mean like you're not a member?
Yeah, if you're not a member, but you still support the party, what's in and column again?
Okay, Lord, go. I remember the word again. Okay. I know what you say.
So basically, if you don't have
sympathizer, you sympathize.
Thank you. Yeah. If you don't have an active membership for any political party, but you let the concept of that party, it means you are sympathizing with them, because either for personal reason, or for political reason, or for friendship reason, or for family reason, but you might not stand in their way because you not belong to them party. So don't mean to say you're not in support. Everybody gets something where they sympathize with. You get clubs that way all over the world. So now go say, oh, I mean, I'm Manchester United fan, but you sympathize with some club, to your club when I'm.
Or feel say in your, in ideals, in your aspirations align with that thinking, that ideology. It seems to be near to the what he want and what he believe in. They say that, and they are like how people can say waiting. They say the leftist and the right, conservative and Democrat, for example, then kind of ideology, then they all then kind of thing, and they say well then kind of so either you sympathize or you think say your aspirations and ideals them align with that political party, their ideology, because people like say parties they don't get ideology, but every political party gets an ideology. Whether then they follow them, it's a different ball game. Yeah, continue.
Now, ideology name make political parties, nothing more.
Yeah.
But like you say, you have to follow the ideology for making you be part of that political party, or you believe in the ideology for making you follow them. So yeah, politics is a way of life, and I think say we all should get involved at some point, and we get for make your meaningful contribution, meaningful one, and in the interest of the nation, not in the interest of individuals or families or tribes or religion.
Right. And T-Boy, just like you say, let's clarify that thing here so quickly before we go to the main topic today. So you don't have to necessarily be APC, SLP, PNGC, C4C, PMDC, or any other political party for let you be active in politics, correct? because they break it down to salon, for example.
Yes, you're correct.
Right. So just like how you then at the UK, for example, you don't have to be a card-carrying member or identify yourself as a member of the Labour or Conservative Party for you concerned about issues where they happen at your borough, your local council, your area. But you get interest, you want for know what they happen, they ask question. You being part of you begin in school business, now part of the political process, you are engaged, now line down the way you're able to communicate things that we believe in. Being part of the housing association, is something that it contributes to. So for salon as well, you not necessarily mean say for wear red clothes, green clothes, rainbow clothes, or brown and gold clothes, for let you belong to, for let you participate actively in politics. But it is always important, always important for let you be an active participant around things we concern you and we directly influenced by political decisions. So you get anything we want to add before we go to our main topic?
I think we have to look at from a wider point of view and see what are some of the benefits of politics in the life
of being active.
Well, being active or the benefits, even if you're not active, but it will still have some amount of benefits to you personally, or some amount of disadvantage to you personally. For example, you made the example, say we live in the diaspora, we not actually carry party cards for many political parties. Not everybody is registered. Again, we live in a country where we get how many million people, but not all of those million people are registered as political party members. Yeah, but when election comes, you have possibly 60% of the country population votes.
Yeah.
So that 60% they not even 20% of them get party cards in those different political parties they're within the country. So we therefore look at them and say, well, okay, why are people voting for political parties that they are not really registered members? It's because of one or two reasons. One might be, okay, when I was struggling for XYZZ in my local community, I was struggling to have my housing being sorted out. I speak to my MP, who is a Labour leader, who is a Labour MP, and I get me house within a couple of days. But guess what? I have been on this house list for more than 10 years. A conservative being in power. It never happened for me. Even though I don't all carry, it not happen. But guess what? When the Labour MP come, it only take me about 1 or 2 weeks.
Yeah, advocate for you, right?
Yeah, so you will say, I will forever continue to vote Labour because of that one reason.
Because they seek your interest, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. So then deliver for you for something you don't wait for decades. Yeah.
Thank you. Now make me say earlier on, politics is interest-based. You seek me interest, I seek your interest, I follow you, you support me. Simple.
And there is no harm or crime voting for someone because of your interest, as long as the interest now for the common good, they affect other people. And there is no problem with that, as long as you're able to justify with yourself, say, do unto others as you'd like them to do unto you. If you convince in your heart of hearts, say the interest will make you there into politics. If other person do them to you, it's okay, you go complain. Then they jeopardize the safety, security, and the good of all, then it's okay. Because it's about interest, it's about negotiating. But how do you negotiate that? Not to go into politics, you go kill person, you go help other people for hamburg other people for mass other people. No, that's not what it should be. As long as your interest, they benefit the common good. That's how I would say it though. So, because if we just simplify into interest-based, then people will say, oh yeah, and I may not want that. I make the good, the people and the good because they're interested for good thief and for gentry, So that's not what we're talking about. And yeah, go ahead, T-Boy.
The program is becoming interesting in my head already because
it is.
I don't begin to see some fact findings of this whole thing. Wow. Okay, that's interesting.
Right.
Like I said earlier on, when we get the pre-production before the program starts, I don't have much knowledge on this MCC thing. What you stand for, what you be, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, hey, Juma, I got a problem, I don't have a clue. But guess what? I've only spent less than 5 minutes.
Right.
And I've already seen a clear picture.
Exactly. So
nobody needs to tell me anymore.
Right.
A clear picture, just less than 5 minutes. And I think this is one of the problems that we have as individuals or as human beings. We tend to be scared of seeking knowledge. And the reason being, we are thinking, this will not make an even bother safe because it's going to take forever. But it's not. You only need to have that patience for the first 5 minutes and find out whether is this something worth your while reading through or it isn't. And that key decision really make. Then they be the benefits or the loss to that particular topic that you want to find out about. So please, I am asking, if you don't know much about what we're talking about today, take your time
after the program
and find out and listen. Because again, we are not experts. I am not an expert in evaluating the MCC report. We were supposed to be having an expert, possibly he's going to join us later on. But with the fact findings of what we're going to be talking about today, will make a lot of difference in your mind. And then you make a decision whether we are actually qualified to have this scorecard being given us 80%, 40%, or whatever the percentages are.
Right.
And see if not pass, then they pass you picking our school, and you picking so full, but you don't
go far inside the program.
Exactly.
Wait for slow we introduce.
I don't get the program.
So family, T-boy one bit gone. You don't enjoy too much. They want for overlap. Now you come back. I make Femi say you two get problem. If you follow you too much by problem, now beats go kill you. So I would say
you might get problem past me. You might get problem past me.
No. Who that me? No.
Lima. I don't say you. I say Lima.
Lima. Okay, Lima.
Because Femi confirmed yesterday say Lima and complain boku pass me. So basically, yes, I am good.
Right. So we program today, we advertise, say, we can't discuss, but the MCC report on Sierra Leone, the MCC scorecard, we can't analyze them. We want to apologize. We supposed to get a guest retreat. We, not experts in them in the field, kind of, not directly, but indirectly, way for help where for analyze this, but it not come yet due to unavoidable circumstances. But if we do join, we definitely, we will bring them on and in will lend an opinion and on waiting to get for tell we about this report. However, in the meantime, we continue the conversation and we expect ourselves for add, and hopefully if time permits, we'll open the phone line so we all go engage and see whether not the benefit of all. So we say the MCC report on Sierra Leone. So who done the MCC for? So what's the MCC say? They say the Millennium Challenge Corporation. Millennium Challenge Corporation, now MCC stand for, and now a US-based kind of, you will say, organization or an institution or body, okay, where the US create with, part of them foreign assistance. Yesterday, was it yesterday, T-Boy? Yeah, Ajibu tell we about how, we budget the money where they spend for the country for services, for make sure, say, we get certain things they run at the country, or certain things are paid for, how they get the money. Part of it will be from tax collection, the other one from donors, from aid agencies, and the other one from loans. So now the three strands, then that way governments, they get money for spend on public services. So the Millennium Challenge Corporation, MCC, you will say now one way that one day, where the United States government, through the foreign assistance program, decide for make sure say then work with countries and look look the countries that will qualify. For let you qualify for take part for the part of the MCC, you for be a low income country, a developing country. Low income meaning say you country poor according to international standard. Okay? So that is the first thing we'll get for put. Put that point there, don't T-boy. Low income and developing country. So then still they come, sorry for you. Fisabilillah. Do for God and Nabi. Mina miskina. Sabi only one there. A person wants where it color, where they lend, where they give something for God and Nabi. So now one approach down the way then they do for God and Nabi to low-income countries and developing countries, where mostly majority of them countries then they sub-Saharan Africa, where Salone are part of. Okay, so one of the qualifications that, and then from this MCC 2004, and then form for help. And I will read directly one short paragraph within the MCC, within the essay. So then say, to discover how MCC works with partner countries to promote growth, help people lift themselves out of poverty, and invest in future generation. You really want them, underline them. Countries to promote growth, help people lift themselves out of poverty, and invest in future generation. The reason we could put them catchwords here, so what will come, put the reports, say Salone pass according to them. We'll go on for ask how Salone pass. So now the inside and they will get for go. T-boy, so far from which you do, which you take?
With what you don't talk?
Yes.
May take on what?
I don't know anything.
I'm not gonna take on that. What you don't talk.
Oh, you don't get it. Okay.
Well, what you don't say, if it is to develop and increase with growth, so that we future generation will be better.
For lift yourself out of poverty.
For lift yourself out of poverty.
Yeah, and investing with future generation.
Well, can Sierra Leoneans accept the fact that we have gone through that, or we are going through that process right now as we speak?
Okay.
Let's ask ourselves questions, and then maybe we can understand exactly where we're going. Are we proudly saying yes, we have started to even implement some of the challenges there? I just want to read one paragraph and let we evaluate and back again as well. Because once you say so to me, definitely I will say blank no.
All right.
So what's in the MCC project they try to achieve, right? The MCC project tackles some of the most pressing challenges people face in developing countries, like supplying electricity so businesses can operate and students can study after dark, providing clean drinking water for women so women don't have to walk long distances, sometimes at great personal risk, to get water for their families, and building roads so farmers can get their goods to market and children can get to school. MCC has invested more than 13 billion in compact threshold programs worldwide that support country-led projects in areas like agriculture, anti-corruption, education, energy and power, health, land rights and access to land, transportation, infrastructure, water supply, and sanitation.
All right. Blow for
so if you are a Sierra Leonean, tell me whether MCC that is based in America is sending the money to Sierra Leone to achieve this as we speak currently. Look, we answer that question to yourself.
Well, so that's the big one. T-boy don't scatter the the control blind. He don't scatter. We don't scatter the control blind.
You know what? Could talk about the report. We could just talk about the analysis of the report.
No, we can't. They will get for talk.
Because people have to make their own judgments on this particular
Yes, it's important. So then, obviously, about 4 other words them again where one for go back based on all the other things that we say the MCC form partnership with developing countries that are committed, underline that word with me, committed to good governance, economic freedom, and investing in their citizens. Committed to good governance. What you program about yesterday? Economic freedom and investing in their citizens. So this now the USAID and the work now this that the partnership with the MCC and Salone, obviously now one of the countries that will qualify. But it's in qualify Sierra Leone. What's in qualify Sierra Leone?
Because we in a low income country.
We poor. So we are one country where they boast with poverty. We they glad back say, we qualify because we poor pass bottom barrier. Yeah, pass church. We they sing back, say anything happen, it happen because we poor. So we qualify. Then they celebrate that back. Femi, get ready and come in. I want for hear you first before we push this conversation go before. I beg not cry. I know how painful it is. I know. We understand. Welcome.
This guy has this guy we need to manatanga this guy.
That's why they land me.
Family on a cushion a cabo. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. I think Juma don't put to school today. For me to the it give una points them. They ask una because unto Tibo no more they ask because they get for quiz all the way there online. Certain points them we get for ask una question them but so na radio. But me I dey answer because I no go and expand this you school. You don't say man come school.
Go they still underline certain word them man.
T-boy. Remember one phone been there na tongue where we put on down nobody know the T-fam.
The PRSP.
Not a PRSP, they cannot bring PRSP. Then they can't bring it back to left your phone now. I'm forgetting to take out.
Indeed. So what's your name? I'll be gonna repeat them for family.
PRSP.
Okay. So what do you think of the MCC report? I want make at the Epuna right now. I want make just think about PRSP. Poverty reduction
strategy paper.
On a area. So we made a thing about MCC and the thing about PRSP. Juma, over to you.
All right.
I want to share the experience of PRSP.
So explain first which one are the PRSP phone because there are certain people.
Femi gets experience of PRSP. I beg, let you just explain a no more. Quick one. Go on, Femi, I beg, please.
No, but that ain't the homework for we guests then. The one that we don't know about PRSP phone, make them ask me some of the one that we did song, and we've been did song in the early 2000s, I believe. They're able for advise them. PRSP phone. Most of we been get up. And as I say, when you put on down, man and the big say, man, you left your phone, you know. But when I say left your iPhone 13, now you go see man and they call you.
And then pray only you forget some access in the first place. Because if you don't forget some problem.
So anyway. What's in Femi they say so the PRSP phone na one phone where if you will left for inside motor car transport puda no go inside motor car so just say puda. If you left
PRS. You also puda. Ina the full mama they pronounce and so man.
Ina puda no na it. Ina puda. Yeah. So if you left your phone na puda, waiting, then they do. The driver they call you or the way be sit down near. Get for call you say
can't take your phone.
Yes. So they are not can give you bad name now, so native now, so can't take your phone. And then they run out you back. So hey, the apprentice, if they run out you for go give you phone. And you know why they call the phone PRSP na salon? Because we've been celebrate back under the SLPP government, you know, through the HIPIC program. They say we qualify, they will celebrate, say we don't pass the PRSP, we qualify. Say then they can reduce with debt, then they forgive with debt because we pass PRSP. Poverty reduction strategy.
Me, I dey pull this to you. I know say Femi no want talk, but you talk am.
All right, go ahead.
T-boy, me don't mix it by you foolish.
I swear.
Juma.
Femi no want talk, but you talk am. Somebody happen one day. We sit on a veranda that day. Femi say, "Hey, bro, who don't take me PRSP phone?" No, Femi tell somebody for buy PRSP phone. Now they Uncle Chippy watch me. He say, "What's all they talk?" And Uncle Chippy say, "Young boys, what are you talking about?" Now they Femi say, "No, Daddy, now PRSP phone I'm go buy for the person." Daddy say, "No, not PRSP." And they will say, "Yes or no?" He said, No. You guys are joking. Do you know what PRSP mean? Now they will say, "Yes, we do." He says, "So why make they call that phone PRSP phone?" We say, "Well, Uncle Chibi will show you the phone. You gonna understand why would they call them PRSP phone." And guess what? We buy the phone. We bring and can show Uncle Chibi. Say, "Oh, no one they call the phone PRSP phone." So that one thing that they make PRSP. I don't ever know what he mean. He left me straight from that day.
Yeah, and the PRSP phone, you say when they say he that is down, fear no fall. You the ibam na scatter. You take a couple up back. You take rubber band. You put them. It's still the work. So now that we don't give up. We did it. We pull. We did and not in the phase way anymore.
Anything they happen.
Let it happen. So this is the same thing like how Femi, go ahead.
Then you see you don't embalm.
Exactly. So it's the same thing with this MCC thing. You know, then say, you know, they only the work with countries them way pass all, you know, populipo. But committed to good governance, economic freedom, and investing in their citizens. So then 3 catchwords here, and some of the things the way T-Boy mentioned, we want to know if really, truly, Salon really committed to them things here. So particularly, you know, under this administration, because they have celebrated so much, you know, that they don't qualify for MCC money. Although the first one with them say they qualify for, they still not go it, they not get tired. Because when you even qualify, there are other things, them conditions that we get for satisfy, for let them give you the money, for sure then say this money what they can give you, which you they go do with them. You go do them for the, you know, you go do you for qualifying one thing. Then for let you able get the money. Now another stage. So that first one with them be celebrate. I be almost 300 million or 600 or 400. I can't remember. You know, but I been some boku money where they say Salon don't qualify for, where they make party, then dance, do TikTok, all kind of video. But the money still not come yet. So we don't know if that they get for come. So T-Boy, go. I want to let you read, let you analyze some of the areas that you talk about. You talk about agriculture. You talk about clean drinking water. You talk about water, what you call electricity supply and infrastructure.
Yep.
Yeah, health and all of those
land
things.
rights and access to land.
Right.
Transportation infrastructure, water supply and sanitation. Because when you look at all that, still MCC, the money when they start for invest in those countries, we are doing a one. Now for create jobs and expand the markets. for build a more stable world so that everybody will live conveniently, promote growth through infrastructure, invest in the next generation, incentive, policy, and institutional reform, empower women and girls, increase the capacity of partner governments, give entrepreneurs tools to succeed, and then lay the groundwork for healthy communities. Now, if we want to break this down before we come to what in the report say we pass, let's ask ourselves a very genuine questions. When it comes to job creation in Sierra Leone, as it is right now, are we creating enough jobs to expand the market? Injuma?
Well, continue to ask the question. Yeah.
Oh, you want to ask the question?
Yeah, just ask the question. Ask them. Ask all the question them. Low suspense, so people will be able to think as we go along. I don't know if Femi will answer something.
I mean, just ask T-boy whose market is they talk about. Where you say good the markets. I mean, markets get for day before we go up.
For grow the jobs market so that it will expand. Because again, if we create jobs within the community, the markets will grow in such a way that everybody will be able for. That's what I don't understand what you say.
So they challenge you. I say whose market and whose job we they talk about. How you go grow something we not exist? For make something grow, you get for don't plant the seed. If the seed doesn't are grown, how that thing you get for grow?
I understand what you say now. So that is your responsibility, because I'm not the one passing the card. So that is not nothing to do with me. I'll just highlight what's in the mandatory things them where you forget now you scorecard for make you pass the MCC report. So Juma, if we don't say build a more stable world, because that right now is key. Is Sierra Leone stable? Not the world, but Salon first. Who's how will they go for me and go give you the report? Salon stable?
Second question.
Okay. Are we promoting any form of growth through infrastructure? So infrastructure, we talk about what? Building new facilities, building new housing facilities, building new infrastructural development will go enhance the economy for growth, right? Are we doing that in Sierra Leone?
Third question.
Are we actually investing in the next generation? It means children that are possibly within their teens to 16 going towards 20, right? Because those are the next generation.
Question number 4.
Are we actually investing enough into them? Is there any incentive policy and institutional reform? Are we giving any incentives to people the way they try for bringing business into the country? Is there any difference in the policy making mechanism for make people invest more? Do we have any form of institutional reform? We don't talk about this many times. For like we reforms institutions, there are things that are wrong in so many institutions in Sierra Leone, but it has been like that for the past 15, 20 years, and nobody is ready to change those institutions. Nobody is ready to go back and revisit those institutional reform systems, then they will be better for the next generation, because it's not for us anymore, but it's for the next generation. So basically, MCC is trying to put things in place for the next generation. So Salon not going to become a dependent country anymore within the next 10, 15 years to come. That is their mandate. So they are not investing their money on individuals. They want to invest in the countries that will be able to develop their economy, develop their human capacity, and develop their infrastructural development so that they will be in the position to look after themselves and grow their income. So basically, that is why the MCC set up this particular project for developing countries. Now, are we giving enough power to women and girls in Sierra Leone?
Another question.
Okay. The increased capacity of partner government, meaning what? Parastatals and institutions, they will not get direct influence with government. So private entities, forget link up with government institutions then for grow the economy in different ways. So it's like government investing in small scale businesses, for example, right?
Yeah.
Are we doing enough of that within Sierra Leone as it is right now?
A big question, because majority of people the survival rate in that country, not to people that will get a job, and people that way they go fend for themselves, we get a small business, them, they try for survive. Not so.
Yeah,
we can say 70% of the country population depend on the informal sector and the agricultural sector. That's not the reports where they come out. Yes, Femi.
I want to challenge that number there.
Well, they talk about go ahead, challenge it.
I just say you say it's 70%
of the country's population
depend on the informal economy.
The informal economy.
I think you get for this until like 90%.
Well, let's make us say now that not the official report within the G. So
okay, so I make us say I'll challenge that. I'd love to know how they come about that 30-60, because I know say that somebody just guess out of thin air. Nobody not going to show me hard facts of inside and pull that 30-60. But I believe say really and truly it will be a lot higher. We not get no way we get 30% employment at Salon.
Right, you're absolutely right, because government when are the highest employer. I doubt the whole government workforce, the one whole government workforce, now the one whole country, not reach 700,000 people.
Interesting.
Because when you look at that, the highest employer, look at by sector now or by groups. Now the police, the military, the teachers, the nurses or the healthcare sector. Four main one there.
And we still struggle for maintaining the capacity of their
we military force now reach 20,000.
There is absolutely zero chance for me we get 70% employed. 30% employed now the formal sector, if you can call that.
Right.
I believe say most people in a salon they earn their living by being their own businessman and businesswoman. I then they go buy under, sell ya, grow their own crops, go sell them. Nothing to do with government, nothing to do with the private sector, but individuals on their own. And then let's not forget we the diaspora and same with the help for all salon and economy. Let's not forget standing at all.
Absolutely, I agree with you. So let people understand where government, because when this government can, let me say that they create 2 million jobs. Okay? 2 million jobs, now let me say that they create. But the whole government workforce, the whole public sector, whatever, reach 700,000. And maybe generous because we not get hard facts, but I can like something and therefore be nice. Because I know, say, we, they do me research some time back. We'll look at that time, the statistics were being there. It was about 122,000, we government employ. And government, they say they not get the capacity for employing new people. But let's go back to where today. You get more questions, Shanda?
Well, I get two more. The one, forgive entrepreneurs tools to succeed. Are we doing that? And the last one, to lay the groundwork for healthy communities. Why should they answer that question there? And I think say it's practically impossible for create 2 million jobs with a country population where they under 7 million. Because when you break that 7 million day down, you get to look at the workforce population, and you get to look at the school-going population. You get to look at the retired population, and you get to look at the kindergarten population.
So you look about the skilled as well.
No, I don't want to go down the skill. Let's just look at the workforce population, as in people are able for work. What's in the working age in a salon? Legal, official working age. Is it from 16 upwards or 18? Do we have any legal work age?
I'm going to check that.
Okay.
Like waiting for me.
I'm just want to say they actually force you into retirement at an early age.
Yeah, early retirement.
So sorry?
Is it 60 or 55?
I won't be able to comment. But you know, like a Juma so right now, he don't narondong in the panso. If na salon he did, they don't force him for retire by now.
So by now, family they collect pension. At least we get small mileage. But T-Boy now go enjoy password because he's still 35.
Still go make him for the next 10 years. Still go survive.
Yeah,
So,
you're right.
So those are my questions and those are my concerns.
So we don't hear then questions then they let we see waiting at the MCC for financial year or fiscal year 2022 with the report we just come out. Now they read, okay? Economic freedom. We go to different sectors them and we see, until I remember the questions that T-Boy asked, let we see how the MCC score Sierra Leone, okay? 246, okay, 8. Then after that, we will ask now how they come about for score Sierra Leone this kind of way. So then get green and something with by red. All right, say under economic freedom, you get 2, 4, 6, 8 areas that we then grade Sierra Leone on. Okay, and then 8 areas, then they 1, 2, 3. So Salon get green on 3, then gets red on 5. Okay, and under economic freedom, then say Salon gets score 13.4. Score we rank 18%, with the maximum na 15.0. So and say under inflation, na green Salon get means say Salon do well for control inflation. But we can begin go there how they arrive at them figures there. Yeah. Then but under the fiscal policy, na red Salon gets minus 4.7%. We say minus 4.7, score we're at 27%. Then all this now under economic freedom. Then trade policy, say we policy, you listen to policy. Okay, waiting then a paper. Policy, we get 51%, we score na 63.6, where the median 63.1. Minus Sabi. Then statistics, then the family will help we later. Or Mr. Boyjalo Jambo yourself they and I say go help we. And but the way they need a trade policy, we can to regulate the quality. The regulations, the quality of the regulations, them we score na minus 0.05. Minus 0.05, 44%. Then the way Femilec pass all land rights and access. Land rights and access, we score 0.57, we na 40%. Now red we get here as well. Then gender in the economy, we get 36%. We score na 68.3. Then we come to business startup. Then say for business startup, we get 71%, meaning that the policies around, starting up a business within a paper. But when it comes to access to credit, we are able to go loan a bank or a credit union, we get 24%. So that in our economic freedom. See, boy, they listen, eh? Femi, you said they listen because we get for help for within. You want to discuss that the first or go to the other scores them?
I think I could take score by score we discuss because at the moment I'm confused with percentage and what. So let's take it one after the other. So if we deal with one, we'll move on to the next.
So this is now economic freedom. On your questions the way be asked, almost thing that they get for do with starting a business, economic freedom, and all of those things. Ask them questions and they back.
Okay. Create job and expand market. Promote growth through infrastructure. Invest in the next generation. Incentive policy and institutional reform. Increase capacity of partner governance. And give entrepreneurs tools to succeed.
Entrepreneurs tool to succeed. So let's take that the first. All right. So we see we do well on the trade policy for the regulatory, requirement, and at the country we perform poorly on that day because support for their business then grow or develop or able for even take off. How many businesses them really where they succeed in the country, where they grow, where because they can say where business starts, you get what? Is it 3 years for late survive?
Minimum 3 years.
Minimum 3 years. But how many businesses? 5 years before we begin to see something now for So how many businesses then a salon where really they pass the 1 year mark? Almost people that we don't give business money in a salon, Femi, where after 2 weeks or 6 months, they come back to you and say, well, I don't put all in a pot, but the system not make able for go before it's my business.
So personally, I think most of we systems and sets we people them up for fail. And I think you talk about finance and access to finance earlier on. I don't know how this also begin, but several years ago we get some system we full up salon everywhere, microcredit. Then they give microcredit to all man. Some people in the Fed forget microcredit this and that. I bet you right now, if we check the amount of percentage of people that with microcredits actually don't lose this money because they put themselves into debts them. I believe say right now, other than those now we then able to pay them debts and or they suffer significant losses them for try for clear some of them debts and I believe some of them credits and the bigger institution with them in provide them. The intentions were good, were genuine. They want to make people them actually, pull them from this poverty, give them small cash, we don't able to begin markets with. But as you said, no like a ususu money. We don't get a ususu, where you go, when you pay it's fine. But then if you did a big ususu, so take for wait 2-3 years before you get back. So in the next 2-3 years, it's not good. So if you unfortunately now one of the latter one that we get for get that money day, sometimes by the time you get for get some money day, your situation don't change drastically for the worse. And at the same to this microcredits, if they can't give that money day and something up, you're not able to pay that money day back, problem don't meet you. And a lot of people misuse the money. Let's be honest, it's not all government or organization employed. Some of them are the people then safe. We then go take that money day, then go begin live life, then go begin biting them, we exceed the earning power. Then feel enough free money. Then we them kind of compare problem don't come out. So I think most of our the institutions that we get to really set people up for fail. I've been talk to somebody who want to take out a mortgage in Sierra Leone. The interest rates were so ridiculously high. And the terms and conditions where the bank they actually give the money. If you want bulk money right now, they know they give it to you in stages, which I understand. It's have to protect themselves your interest. But slow members say salon a country wait till they cement now 55,000.
Next week now.
Then next week now 150,000. So if you don't get that, if you want bill you also, you want bill your shop or you are open your business and you need X amount of cement bag, you don't calculate the money, you don't go ask bank say, okay, we'll give you a third of the money today, we'll give you the next third in almost months and then almost months. By the time you get the final money, that money they not do for bill that way, but bill no more. Because price don't change so much. So make us see.
And you're halfway through, you don't take half of the money,
you never pay them, you understand? So the systems that what we get, they fail we. And people then get for realize say we get for look at how it suits us before we go ask with people them for put their hand in panentia. So
Right. And thank you so much, Femi, for that. And I just pick one comment now, so quickly where Frederica Halston Davis make. And thank you where you come up with that, because that's a serious issue. You say inland, say a lot of people ending up at Pademba Road prison because of microcredit. And that is true. We know a lot of people they're in a prison right now because of microcredits. That's true. And Mr. Jamburia, Boijalo Jamburia, highlights something for T-Boy, the contradiction in the report. We will come to how they manage getting statistics here, so, and the premise what we set earlier about why it's important for we be aware and involved in politics. We'll come to that, because it's a fiscal policy is what controls inflation. So that contradiction makes the report redundant, because if we say inflation we pass Naya, but then we fiscal policies them, na red, then that's a problem right there. So let we go to two other issues them under the economic freedom. Whose demographic way, now the majority now population. Now woman, right? Woman form what? Woman then form 52% of the country's population. But then when it comes to gender in the economy, we fail. And Udan are the one that we really they strive. We then can say if you promote a woman or you develop a woman, you develop a nation, right?
A nation, yeah.
Right. So because the woman not get for take the money go na run back. You not get for take them for go spend and per boyfriend them. Majority, there are exceptions, yeah. So but majority. You not get for take the money, you go play Mercury. Although we get some the way they take and go buy a Shobi. Yeah, but not few. Majority of the women them, and one thing about women, that's whether you like it or not, then they think about the whole, and then they think about for tomorrow, what if it go bad? Now the burden they can't rest on them. So if they not get opportunity, it's a problem. So let's talk about that part before. Yes, Femi.
Yeah, and talking about opportunities and women, there's also, I don't know what's not the exact statistics, but let's say there's a large number of women where they get into this microcredits back where they talk about. Yeah. They demand them, they go bully them out of the money. Correct. And go use the money per other time. I'm not saying all men are bad. I'm just saying
well, that's the reality.
The thing about the from salon. See, the woman can go take the money they can now. They want to do business until they don't begin the business. The man can take the money the man on put aside, go do this, that. It. I mean, sometimes a good intention the man gets, but things don't work out. But then
the money was not meant for you to go do something, then give the woman the money. So whether your intention good or not, for let you even go for go take them, say no to your money, they go bully you for take the money, for go do something else, then waiting. So yeah, so that's the issue there. I guess something for say Tibo on that before I go to the other one way near that one day.
Well, they say empower women and girls, so I don't know how that didn't make practical sense as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Then the question that women are asking in regards to the reports.
Right.
Because this is not one criteria where the report not meet anyway.
Right.
So what's in the evaluation of that? I don't know.
Exactly. So they come there and we like kuna contributions, then please bring them up. So the other question, and this is important, and we don't discuss this in so many ways, then we don't get large panel. I see one of the programs that will get the largest panel was to discuss this issue about land rights and access. The rights and then access to land. Two parts. First, the country, because it deals with economic freedom. If you get the land, if you get rights to the land but we don't see, we Femi them after Waterloo, Femi not get power for get land now apply. After Waterloo.
Analyse, is it based on the fact that you need to have access to that land so that you'll be able to grow?
No, for let you get it, for let it be you right first now one thing, the right's not proportionate, on equal force. The way how land they, a few people get access to so many land, get rights to so many land owner or they claim ownership, whereas majority not gets rights for get land in a certain place, than one. Then we come to access now. For the right now one thing and the access now two things. Yes, Femi, go ahead. Not cry, I know.
You see, you can't Femi Plaba.
Yeah. Not so mean at the report, my MCC them for.
Say this is not touchy subject.
Yeah.
Very, very touchy subject. Yes. So unfortunately, I have more rights to buy land and property na the UK.
Mm-hmm.
We know to country where I born. We know to country me papa and mama born. We know to country me granny and grandpa on both sides of the family born. But in Sierra Leone, when I did, they all born, and my family tree, I can trace it all the way back to 18 something. We picture now, we pala was taken, our family picture within our Wipala was taken in 1901. So I able to trace my family tree going back to 18 something. I can call all the names of my ancestors and going back there. I have no right to buy property outside Freetown, according to our constitution. So many will argue me and say, oh, Pastor so and so get land na Makini, na Bo. Yeah, we know. But legally, that is not the case. And legally we talk. We know the talk say Femi Gap say Paupa they go get sorry for me pon. I dey go buy land na that area day. For make I go settle na that area day, I need the chief in permission. We chief go cut land give me. But if me and chief get plaba, he go tell me say I get for move.
Okay, you not get paper for the land.
I not get paper for the land. So low assume say I don't go spend almost billion until like killer call billion leon pan the land. And me, I don't buy them today. I don't tap this on time. I try for develop the area for some business where I run. Me and chief get small misunderstanding. You go can't take the land. And me money go both. I forfeit all thing. If that happen to me brother go do the same. Will he invest in the interiors of Sierra Leone for make development come? Will he know say something inside go get the same treatment? No, he won't. No smart person go put in money down on side where he not get no guarantee say he go able for pulling money. So for make we develop the interior of Sierra Leone, I think so we'll therefore look at the land rights them at all. We need for change the constitution and look at that. Because if we do that, not necessarily me, but other people them go able to come and invest then small money them. But right now, any Creole man, the only salary he gets for bill, now inside Freetown. Now they get for go buy land. But guess what? People that will not come off Freetown, we are non-Freetonians, can buy land inside Freetown. But Freetonians, or Creoles in particular, can't buy land, as you say, outside the Waterloo area. Well, so I said it's a very sore subject for me.
Yeah, thank you so much, Femi, for that. And that's the reality for so many people, not just Creoles, but even people. I want for people to understand this as well. People will come out, where you will say upline or the interiors, as Femi say. There are lots of people will not get rights to land then they. Because like you say, for the property, where the chief now the custodian of the land then they, and some belong to certain families, and some other families not get at all. So if you get for farm, or if you get for do something, it is at the mercy of certain people who will go cut for them and game. So like for Femi say, if they want then they make plabagis, no, get that they know go get that land with something fertile, with something that possibly they work hard for able to go farm. And then let we go now to woman them as well. How many women the way actually the law the law give rights for get land. The land, now the man in property, because now the man they make decision waiting for happen. Where the man go marry second wife, that first wife, and picking then they come out, then they kick them come out now the land. But they deprive her. So we will think say then here, so you know, it's not important, but these are the bigger pictures we'll get for look at why make we do usai we do. So that's the part of land. Tibo, you get question on that day or you get something for say?
No, down in a living testimony, somebody that asks Kadi, whether it still exists. Yes, it does still exist in Sierra Leone. The Koreans are not still allowed to buy land out of Songo area. So yes, that's still an issue, and we don't get for put a lot of program on that before in the past, but we still get challenges that we're able to overcome. But basically, yes, it does still exist. And when it comes to women that you say, well, definitely women are not rights for buy land, except they can inherit them maybe from their parents or ancestors. But even when they inherit them from their parents or ancestors, it has to be passed over to maybe a male generation or
but because that's a one for safe. Then get boy picking where now the last boy picking, they get the woman them. The posse way gets power now the land where they make decision. Now the boy picking. If boy picking not there, you understand? Now the uncle.
Or if boy picking not the husband, if the husband not back again, the uncle, if the uncle not they get the extended family now they come for contact.
Right. So you don't see the what's it called the rope where they draw the bush for calm. Let we know say this thing what they talk about not to one person in problem. Femi, you want to say something?
No, I want to say, well, you know, if you think about it, you know, it's ridiculous. As I say, me I did talk as a Creole, you know, but I did talk first as a Sierra Leonean, because forget me or forget the Creole them. If we want to develop Salone, we have to open up the market, as T-Boy been say earlier, not so. He said, therefore grow. Now make the ask and say, oh, if we not plant the seed, how thing go grow? If we get land where we're not able for develop because the rural people are wait up at the land, yes, not the land. We agree, but if they don't have the financial clouds for able for develop the land to a certain stage, then really and truly we get for, I don't know, some kind of an agreement has to be come, because we can't just develop free tongue, because the people on the interior they suffer. You know, if they never they come free tongue for anything where they need, now waste of their time, the energy, and sometimes if there's an accident, you get for wait and bring a person they can call out hospital. Because we don't have the necessary centers, them, the necessary hospital, the necessary schools, universities, colleges, factories, them, so that people can be able tap outside and born and develop that area they then safe. Then get for commute to the inner cities. There's many issues here.
When we reach here, let's take this call. So we get a surprise guest. We go can help with this conversation quick, then we'll continue. Hello, Chief of Foot of State.
Yes, sir. How are you, sir?
Very well, thank you. So we don't.
I just want to come in on this land issue.
Not just on the land issue. You get for touch on the other one them as well.
Okay, but let's start with the land issue.
Yes, the land, and especially with the gender in the economy as well, please.
Yes, the issue of land in Sierra Leone. Of course, the British then contribute a lot for creating the chaos we'll get so today. Because they control the Western area and introduce all the Western legal instruments for the Western area. Then when they go to the protectorate, they allow the traditional systems to continue.
Right.
But that notwithstanding, there is a law where allow people there for lease land up country.
Right.
The problem where this lease of land gets is, this is some kind of cash cow for the traditional rulers them. So then they create a lot of problems, and I think that ethical standard is what we need to be looking at in Sierra Leone. These people have to be told that then they bring them here for can help una. So una self can foresee what are the benefits and not try for discouraging. Believe me, you Juma, if you come out beyond Songo, for go do anything where you need land. If you not take 10-50% of what you get for put on the project, you spend on the land at least.
Yeah.
They will come with all kind of tactics to eat money from you. And this is the setback that we have. It's not the land law per se. Because one thing we may believe genuinely is that the people learn and then get their land. The traditional rulers, then they are trustees of the land.
Right.
And genuinely, if you have to use those lands, you have to take consideration, say, the people that will own their land and get rights to benefit from the land. Either by way of creating employment for them, we themselves go participating. Let's say, for example, you go for agriculture. You employ the people, pay them living wages, create certain amenities like schools, community center, where they themselves go benefit and grow it. But all this would only happen if the original procedure of securing the legal leasehold not get problem. Right. This is what even mining companies are having problems with it. And this is what we need to be addressing. Yes, if you want for build house for yourself upline, there is ceremonies then the way you go through. The chief go allow you for build a house. That's not wrong. And in a build you the build house. But when you go for business, for commercial something, we maybe go generate economic growth and development for the people. These people have to begin to express and exercise a lot of ethical standards. And I think the government, now that they get for put emphasis on. Any chief we found culpable, then for find a way for deal with them.
Right.
That's the issue of land. Not to, and the one for women's right on land. I believe say in certain areas like Mende country, they get right for own land because under the law very flexible and can even be chief. But again, by and large, the national law on the ability of women to own estate has to be reviewed.
Okay. Explain that so people...
Especially with people them, when not they go better school, so they die interstate, left will. The woman most times and in picking them now, then they are at the disadvantage because family they come. They can't take power upon the woman, which is wrong.
We don't send that family not been there, not present,
They not been care about what the person they do.
And they buy bread for the picking themselves. Yeah.
Yes.
So how about this issue? Because I saw your comment as well on the issue of the mismatch between fiscal policy and inflation with present day happenings.
What in me go say is the international community, then they do certain things for make people and feel say then they do. Honestly, even the amount of money they can pittance, 400 million.
They're not even give, they're not give.
Now what they say the money they don't allocate 400 million pittance. If you compare the basic service for provide for the next generation, which is education, to equip the schools of Sierra Leone and to provide teaching materials, you need more than $4 billion per annum. So what is 400 million? Oh, then they go dance, Taransis for. I see video, then they dance.
Wait, Taransis festival, we don't pass long time.
We are joking, Sierra Leone. If we come to the issue of the report and how they do the assessment, there are a lot of questions to be answered. And I believe say the MCC need to address the issues here because it's an institution of international credibility.
Right.
If they allow one country country for mess them up, not their fault.
True.
Because when you talk about inflation in the country, what did they control inflation? Are the fiscal policies of the central bank,
right,
the finance ministry, and if you get like a financial commission, like we get now, Norway, you get a financial commission where they control all the banks, including the central bank. Now then they're in charge of money laundering and then kind of things that they come out and look at policies in relation to the fiscal market, the production market, the gross domestic product, etc., consumer index, etc. And based on that, then they say, okay, we have to do this to ensure that there is more consumption, we will create more demand and more supply so that we will get the inflation for come under control.
Right.
But in Sierra Leone, what do we get? Now, a static situation of overconsumption where nothing not they produce, and at the same time, the percentage of the population where they consume is not even 10%. The real income consuming population of Sierra Leone is not even 10% of the actual 7 million.
Right.
So that's why we always have inflation. Because the economic index, they're not a work according to how they for work.
Exactly. Well, just like how...
It's a simple economics where they wonder, which are all we economists they learn the book.
Well, that's the question we ask. So
the first question is, if you want to control inflation in the country, you therefore inject the economy with some level of consumption. Pay living wages to the people so that those working will be able to buy goods and services. And that instigates production. Because the more there is demand, the more there should be supply.
So
we country sick, my brother, them.
All right.
And we will go school now, we sick, honestly. And they are not afraid for talk. Who don't want to keep me malice?
They don't keep you malice.
But couldn't they keep me malice?
Tell us they don't get choice, but for talk to you.
I have nothing to lose.
Yeah. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, sir.
All right. Well, we did see how the conversation they go, and one of the regular guests them said on call and explain some of the things that we talk about now. So, T-Boy, let's go to this other one again. We'll talk about business startup. Say, yeah, do well, 71%. We get nice laws, then say, you want to register business for go start, you go now, within 24 hours or within 2 days or 7 days, you don't register a business. But people not get access to credit first because so how you they start the business and grow the business where you not get the capital for do the business?
I think the access to credit now based on percentage. If you're willing to give 40% of the loan, then you might take the loan.
So
and
then
they also tell you say,
yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
And then they also tell you say, no worry, but just take the loan.
Yeah.
They actually tell you for the loans every ticker. Because as far as I'm concerned, now government loan, they're not going for you nothing, take a no more. As long as you give me 40%. And they fast track you pay for them for make you get a loan. So the loan
so that means then they fast track and give the wrong people the loan.
Yeah, of course.
Secondly, that justify why a lot of people then are Pademba Road because they give them microcredit loan and other loans them where they're not qualified for. That explains why some people where they give loan for bill house, they not qualify, they don't build the house halfway, they never continue, now they don't repossess the house and land Nayan for auction.
So the one that really execute the loan, they know what you do?
Yeah.
The one that really put the business structures and together, they know what you do? So it's like a joint syndicate. So basically,
it's a joint enterprise.
Yeah, joint enterprise, wherein everybody comes together and have their own cuts and walk away. So if you say they did very well in business investments, is that what you're saying?
No, business startup. That means they lost the way they put for start business, they lost them fine.
What's not the minimum startup package for businesses in Sierra Leone? It depends on what business you do, or there is a package?
Yeah, it depends. It depends the kind of company or the kind structure, the kind business format.
So what does it take to secure a 50 million Leone loan now, for example, Recall Commercial Bank?
I don't know that though. Get 5 O's. All right, let Femi first, then we can discuss that. Go ahead, Femi.
So, Juma, T-Boy, I beg one point I cable explain or sometimes we listeners them explain to me waiting TIN number be.
The TIN number na the number we will get na NRA. When a unique identifier for where if you want for pay you taxes, we get for pay you taxes where then they align with your business. So it's a unique number, just like how I don't know how they call it in the UK, but here it's an EIN number where you get for your business, it attached to your business. So you get for pay tax now under that number they pay. So it's a
unique. So tax incorporation number.
Yes.
Okay, so basically, as an aspiring business person, I get forget a TIN number for set up my business, unless my business not is set up, not so.
Correct.
Okay, so now the criteria for get the TIN number, you know it's 90B?
Well, depending on which one your business get for be registered.
Okay, so
you have to get a registered business either with the Small Business Administration, I don't know how they call them, or the corporation. Then get another corporation where they don't form.
Okay, so you dey try for set up your business. So you go register your business, then tell you say you need a TIN number. For go get the TIN number now, because this I get a friend where they go through this craziness at the moment. Yeah. So for go get the TIN number now. Now the while I don't go for them.
Okay.
Because the criteria are so confusing that this guy we tap na this side of the world, we gets good knowledge of business, get good knowledge of administration. You know, he's very well educated enough for able to understand the system. But he found he defend the system so hard. You know, everything you go for, now then sit there and go ask him for passports. Then say he get for provide in British passports. This man say he no get British passports. Why Sierra Leone and WhatsApp now in the UK, but he no get British passports.
So why they ask him for British passports?
Well, that's the questions. So, then he gets salon passports, but because he not in a salon, he no get salon identity card, then can't guarantee number because of that. So then just say, you know, from pillar to post. The point I describe for make is, you know, nobody understands these things. So how can it be easy for people and for set up business? We get so much red tape tied around NTSO.
So again, you see, this is the thing. Depending on what's in the person put in an application, if he puts in a British citizen, then Santiago understand. But if he puts in a Sierra Leonean, as long as you provide a proof of identity, something for identify you, will form part of your application. You know, copy of your passport or ID or something for sure who that you actually be, you know, legally. But why then the salon? This not just that place there, but they not just NRA, but every other sector. Because one thing they know, say time not then you earn, okay? Time precious to you that you get other things then for do you. They go there for 2 weeks. So they'll do things to frustrate you. So you go deep here now your pockets and waiting. Because forget the TIN number, you're able to forget them within a day. As long as you don't get that certificate. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So you're right. So you need some kind of identification. The man as Salomon, clearly he gets a Sierra Leone passport and he tell them and he showed them. But unfortunately, it wasn't good enough. They say you need a voter registration card.
Yeah, but what if you're not being there at the country for register?
Exactly. So that the point I describe for make is there's too many syllables them that are not needed. Yeah. Right. This country, if you not get certain paper them, even your gas bill, You can take go show as proof of ID. Yeah, if somebody taking passports go, it's salon passports go. I believe that it's supposed to be sufficient enough that it need
your valid
registration.
Your valid salon passport surpass anything else, because one thing where people need to understand, they're not the issue Sierra Leone ID card in a salon right now. They're not issuing ID cards in Sierra Leone because they not get ID card. For the past years, they're not the issue ID card at the country. So you don't see again, then they go ask you for something where they know say you not go able to forget. They ask you for voters registration. You were not there during the elections for register because you only register for vote around election time. So two things where you're not able to get, but you have a passport because you cannot travel in and out of the country if you don't get passport. And as long as you not put say in a British citizen, now application, you say you're a Sierra Leonean, your Sierra Leonean passport should be enough for identify you as a Sierra Leonean. Because
you think no matter it gets for do whether you're an import or export businessman.
It does not matter. Your TIN number, the business. No, the business.
Because now that the thing where you use for identify your business for get some amount of tax break. With the import or export goods or services.
You get different categories depending on whose kind of business you do. But if you register the business in a salon, so for people in the way in a salon, you don't need to live overseas to do import and export business.
Yeah, I know.
People in a salon. So the TIN number for register your business is supposed to be one simple process. Bring this. If this not the, now this not the alternative. If this not they bring this one I also. Yeah, we're ready for registering business. I don't need to go to any office for go talk to anybody. Ask me questions. I fill them online. Produce proof of what you call them. I put me social security number or whatever. I put my house address and all that. I register my business. I sit down at my house, then give me my certificate. I don't need for go to T-Boy and desk. I don't need for go Kego soft drink for T-Boy. I don't need for Kego Maltina for Femi for the register my business. Okay? My TIN number, my EIN number, I don't need for go to any office. And then once I don't get the state registration, I they go online and apply for it. As I apply for it, when they ask me question, they I submit them. Within that same minute, in real time, I generate my EIN number. When are the same as TIN number. Simple.
Or Europe, but not that simple in Sierra Leone.
Well, it's supposed to be simple because that is what the process is supposed to be, but they hold you to ransom. They just like I say, yes, sir.
So Juma, so that's the point I was trying to make. Yeah, the point I try to make is, you say one of the categories that we pass now because it is simple to open a business. We sit down there, so with all the people online, we argue amongst ourselves because we don't understand the system. If educated people are like we not able to understand the system, how you expect people we get less education than we go able to understand the system, the process go so simple? No, they will go there and then go try to offend them with enable, then go bribe their way through. As you say, these people make the things hard because they know say if they waste your time, eventually you will give up and give them something and then they will expedite the job for you. The point is our systems are all wrong and we big people and they know all these things are happening, but nobody cares to do nothing about it. But then they go sing, say then pass a report card because of Dandy. It remind me when I been to go school. One year I bring me report card kind of host. My position was quite low. I passed. I think I got like 60% or something like that, and then flag me na host. So the next day I come back, my position was a lot higher in class, but guess what? They still flag me. And I catch me, they don't understand. Then they remind me, say, then flag me the last, I get 60%, now I get 55%. But for all the 55%, I still beat Boku other man in my class. But they flag me because they tell me, say, that means to say I actually do less work than I supposed to do. They may flag me for make I improve. They not flag me for make I go just to get a position. So you understand, we need to understand the bigger picture of it. And I think that's we fail as a country for do.
We not been say during the program, T-Boy say okay for bring the report card for where they go school for make example. Naturally, it's happening right here, and it happens so. So when you there within your community going to school in Sierra Leone, one for the double digits, right? One for the outside the first 5. One for the outside the first 3. For let you finish second, till you comping. For you not fail, you don't fail. So you set yourself high standard. Your community help you for set high standard. Your family expect high performance from you. Because me papa no go school, but when you can tell us say you get 7, if they ask you the other 30, wait you do. If you get 70, if they ask you where the other 30%, because you know the percentage, so you get supposed to get 100%. Wait till you put the other 30%. So you need to pay attention at school. When you come with 80, you do well, but when the other 20, 97, they ask you for the other 10%. Because it not pay for you for go finish second best to somebody. When you don't do so well, you will just bust na school no more one day for go check whether you perform. You go bear you back. You can host now. I tell you say I go to school so now so because they go look your report card, they go they explain to her. I know somebody they right to, but they go explain to her. Say this time here so now so you picking perform. So you never go count report card self yeah. We get one bobo. We get one bobo. Where end of term, they come for counting report card. They go hide the report card first na bush, the canals. I'm not calling him. So that when you read all, it's the glue, it's the campula. Then they call all the sweet thing the way why. When I buy bread and fry for me first. It's all the way for it to enjoy. We can count the report cards. If they're not then 50, then a class, you count 49. So at least you don't survive before then they beat and done. So you don't see. So it's like your report card story, T-Boy. And if you didn't have the chat group as well, please tell me your report card story because one for compare them to this report card where Salon gets. Over to you, T-Boy.
No, me earlier on I make mention say if you papa no say you fool and say you don't try very hard for make you pass one particular subject and then all of a sudden you can't pass that subject with flying colors. It say, see what you a fool per math, so how come she get 70 per math? It's not possible. Come. It test your math IQ skate away for see whether really you score that particular mark there for that particular thing. So there are certain things where they're not saying we are capable of. They're not even worried about it. Then it's okay, that's one. But these outcomes, and then they're not saying the one and they were capable of who they fail by. That's to say, so how come you fail this? This is one of your best subjects. Why you for failure? So basically, the report card thing to me is simple. If the one whole country not say we for fail, and then we country they pass, then then they say we country then they show people them too much and make them become a fool at school. Well, we can't be fool because
so then they ask where you pass and then they ask you how you manage.
How you manage pass? So basically,
you say we pass you the surprise say na me pass maths. So
exactly.
They ask you say for school na me pass maths. So how you manage pass the math when you know for
Juma, I think if we actually feel say we have the potential for pass the MCC report, we need to celebrate.
Right. True.
Because what are you celebrating? You already know what you're doing is right, is correct.
Right.
So why are you making us about your celebration?
So let's hear from
now only when you believe say you're not supposed for pass and then you pass. Now just like the way for say you're not supposed for win election and then you win. You have nothing planned. You have nothing in place. So it's still taking you this amount of period of time for plan because you still don't have any plan.
True.
So, guys, with the talk about these reports, and I can deviate slightly, no more, just a little bit. Because we talk about education also. We talk about educating with people them. In this short time way I don't day alive at this world, I have seen at least two different salons. And for me, not to wait and key. Where you can still with the big people and then granny and grandpa and key begin tell you about yesteryears and how team been sweet this and dandy. Yeah. I went to secondary school in Sierra Leone and in the UK. Yeah. I go from 1 and from 2 na salon. I wasn't the brightest student. I've been in a grammar school. I've been getting money with the whap. Seriously. I came to this country from 3. First time from 3, I sit down quite one. See me, I know I'm bugging like a T-boy. At the back of the class, this boy from Africa, I've been in a private school. So, not to say na be any fake school. And then at the back of the class, I know they say nothing. Teacher they passed and they ask questions. Exam come December. I sit. I go holiday. We in tap Italy, so I'm in the school na the UK, but I've been tap na Italy. So literally, we school done. Jump na plane, we go Italy. We January come, we go back to school. First day at school, 9 teacher call me. He begin quiz me about my exam and begin feel to say a spy, because Juma I had 100% in mathematics. This is coming from an African country in the 80s, in the mid 80s. Then things to say MPK, so they know, then Africa man them. So as far as he was concerned, because they immediately talk in a class, I know they contribute to a lesson. If they expect to say I go just pass or I go fail this and that day, or they get for give me extra tuition, I had 100%. They not believe. They make her take the exam. Me one green, back different exam. The teacher, the principal, they were 2 days in the class with me with 3 sit-down. So then sit-down pant up me like a hawk, so for 1.5 hours. Again, 100%. Now I think they realize, say, they're smart Africans. And as I say, I wasn't the smartest of the lot. But really and truly, now with the look at we people are with the come out, with the done school and salon, can barely read and write, can barely add 1 + 1 for make 2, as that musician say, simple mathematics. They're able to do that day. And really and truly, not to the picking in faults, not to the parents in faults. The institution gets a problem. Government gets a problem. And as I say, in my short life, I don't see Sierra Leone don't go from at least middle, something not top, because sometimes before me age, Salomon and they got at the top. But from where me they say now, we produce different kind of scholars them, now we schools them.
Right. Well, thanks for sharing that with us, Femi. So let me go to the other category now of this report. And this is very important because this 9 gets all the noise. And Atibo and best area is ruling justly. Ruling justly. So according to the report, the rank we then get a source from Freedom House. Femi now to Freedom House day. Answer me no. UK. Freedom House say political rights. I don't know if now because people are aware about their political rights or then they able to exercise them. Salon rank 92%, then score at 28. You get green. Then civil liberties. I don't know it's in the mean whether or because they don't pull the death penalty or what. Salon rank 92%, then get the score at 37. There, political rights and civil liberties. This other one, control of corruption. This one, who the best area this? A T-boy or Femi? Okay, well now not two, they take that. Yeah, what you are saying, talk for before I announce this score, T-boy.
As if you want to give me problem more, but not for saying in the film.
Okay, then pass. Control of corruption, then get 83%. Well, now so then score. But government effectiveness on control of corruption, then fail, then get 40%. So then this one at T-boy on side as well, T-boy area. Rule of law. Rule of law, the report said then pass. Then get 63%. Freedom of information, then pass, then get 90%.
Cyber law.
Yeah, cyber law. Cyber law, what do you call that?
And that's it. That's it. They signed the cyber law. That's the president signed them.
Oh, you don't sign it today?
Yes.
Okay.
That's for you, Juma. For control Juma.
You remember how they want with them design?
Now yesterday, Uda said yesterday. I see somebody jalo be the one we yesterday with the cyber law. So let me look at this section here, ruling justly, because this is very important. Political rights, according to the report, civil liberties, then pass, control of corruption, then pass, then government effectiveness on control of corruption, or we get for corruption, then fail. Rule of law, 63%, then pass. Freedom of information, then pass. So you surprised, or you glad, or you celebrate, or you're disappointed?
So Juma, you know when you talk, so you're gonna host, and you tell you Papa see you get 70%. He ask you where the balance 30. You come, you bring that report card, they cannot host. That report card we then mark with MCC Gisu. If you bring that, you cannot host your Papa. Your Papa they ask you say with that money up that shelf.
Yeah,
because that money you don't go take and don't go pay somebody for you that. They not gonna believe that. It's honestly, it's laughable. You have to be blind, deaf, dumb. I don't even know how exactly for describe them. There is no way anybody right now. You ask 10-year-old picking self, you ask an question and they go tell you say, Uncle, I don't think say government's passing under. It's easy to see, not to add thing for CC, then not for do well pan that particular category we or thing that we talk. So just know there's no way we for pass standing. Pass no more.
Right.
No comment.
So, well, I want now the chat group. I want for try for C and. But it is I don't say unfortunate, but
why would it be unfortunate for you?
It is shocking because it is shock because you get watch written at the reality at the ground, and are you really serious?
No, not so we that the question if we are really serious, because at the end of the day, where you not say you did deceive yourself, who is the biggest fool?
Exactly.
You will deceive yourself and me will not for say you're not full man. Who is the biggest
and when you say no say you're not full man.
Now they say no, you did deceive yourself because you don't say you're full.
Yes.
And then the guy say, oh T-boy, I do very well yesterday in school, And then I ask you, say, what you do so well, very well? Oh, I was on top of the class. Really? How comes? Me on picking me born. That's it, and the way they tell me say do, I say, oh child, forget it.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's why? Because I know your potential already.
Yeah.
And sometimes he gets frustrated. This is my child. So now we're talking about 7 million people up against a handful of Sierra Leoneans and telling us what they are doing is correct. And we should believe you. So who is being fool, or who that they make himself full of himself? That is 7 million Sierra Leoneans then, or a handful of Sierra Leoneans?
We fall white, he white.
Anything happen.
No comment.
Right. So Fambulem na the scorecard and they under ruling justly, then say political rights. All man gets rights, you know, and for exercising political rights now the country, civil liberties. How many people who don't see them do arrest, who don't see video, people they cry now. So how many people with the police and all that thing, and how many people we get now student them and go demonstrate, then tear gas them, then this. Now school picking and IPAM, they're almost they're naked titi, right? You know, because then they express their dissatisfaction, how then they treat them for exams, the way, you know, how then they handle them at school. We see all of that. School picking and come on, they will take them tear gas, then take the all them, put them up. I doubt if they don't even release them and they say if they want them for Mamadia. You know, maybe they still.
I remember that incident.
Yeah, maybe they're still a rotten at Paremba Road, no nobody anymore. You know, now Mohamed Kamaremba, then at Paremba Road, so they don't grant him bail 2 months ago, but he's still there today. Today, a leak letter come out from the superintendent, the medical superintendent in prison, for tell we how deteriorating in situation be, and the report explains certain things the way he say he need the intervention of other doctors them, now the Ministry of Health. But they don't close the case today or something like that, say they're not they listen, you know, to any medical report or anything. Because one person at the top decides to let them not allow them for go free. So just like how Femi highlight about somebody going to register their business, this person, they don't grant them bail. Then still they ask him for let produce American passport. The man say me a salon passport again.
Yeah, but why you gonna ask a Sierra Leonean for an American passport?
Well, exactly. So the other question is, this man, if he didn't get American passport, enough for qualify for run for president na salon.
Imagine.
The laws of Sierra Leone, for you for qualify for run, for contest for presidency as a presidential candidate, for sure say you are a full-fledged Sierra Leonean. If you want to argue that, Dr. Kande Yumkela had to forfeit to get for a giveaway in U.S. citizenship before he qualified. To see me, yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, so Dr. Kande Yumkela giveaway in citizenship. But, you know, that's a high-profile name we know of. But we know of other people that we in life, then give away their life because of the shock to the system. See, they didn't see this coming. Some people they don't sell, mortgage their houses them. They were promised positions and they couldn't get them, and then they cost them their life them. So you see, because of this man and asking for an American passport, clearly he don't state he not get American passport.
But then they force and forget.
And if he been get them, as you say, it clearly not mean for the run. We all know, we know the stories them. Yeah, Dr. Kande Yumkela, now the most high profile one we know, but we know other stories them where people that lost finance, lost, as I say, relationships, lost life over this issue. So not a small issue this. So if that man don't tell you, I say, you know, I not get them. If I been get, I don't give them up. Whatever reason he don't give, and he don't give in selling passport, it should be good enough.
Simple, but there's still all demanding
because, you know, nothing is free and fair in Sierra Leone.
Yeah,
our judiciary doesn't help, Parliament doesn't help, our administration doesn't help. Nobody really cares because they're not the suffer within the average man they suffer. They're above the law.
So how you will go all somebody, they say civil liberties, rule of law. Now, so we see.
The percentage scorecard alone is extremely high. Maybe if not marginal, something you understand.
Right. So they manage their doc, right?
Come on, man.
Yeah, 92%.
That's more than beyond pass mark. So to be honest, to be very honest, I think we did listen, we did hear, and we did see the realities of what is happening. So what does it take someone to believe in the MCC scorecard in regards to the reality of the Apuna Salon?
Well, we will come there. We will come there just now. Let's go to the other side. It's a very important, and I think we don't begin to touch, but that's investing in people. Femi favorites. Femi ready? Health expenditures. Salon Pass, they get 61%.
Police case.
I said Nigerian film like is Chineke.
Chineke Tofia kwa. Yeah. So then are health expenditures, then primary education expenditures, 92%.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Post the born. Then natural resource protection. To Femi Tiboy and Diamond. Una diamond on a gold them. Natural resource protection 58% on a pass. Then immunization rates 74%. Then girls pre-education completion rates. Salon Pass 67%. But child health, according to them, Salon failed woefully 17%. So now let me ask the first question here with this. So health expenditure 61%, but child health 17%. How do you? Yes, sir. Femi, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes,
this blind school safe. Blind school safe. No go get this so wrong. Yeah, I don't make you begin from the top. I'll make you begin from the last one. We say we fail with 17%.
Yeah, for child health.
They even beg you say even worse than the safe.
Right.
Yeah. Personally, I know so many people them because then they call we. You know, then they call we and see, okay, my mind don't go now. But you know, people in the call we they say it's so and so na neighbor yanda, na that community yanda, they want make them go register them because he don't heavily pregnant, they're ready for born, then say free hospital they Aberdeen, but they need this and that, they will make phone calls, will call people that will sabi forget them. A lot of people don't make it to these places, Juma. You know, very few people in the make it to hospital for go born. But could people picking in the born na us? Still bath? Where then they happen? What statistics stay constantly? So what statistics constantly? Where sometimes mama die na childbirth, then go back and the next day, what statistics stay constantly? So the 17% were so bad. Now the one the way they know there is hundreds of then cases there are so we picking in the bone with exact unreported. Because I don't know who's the important statistics there. So it's all somebody just sit down na table in the dream and the write them mark so for salon. And most probably now inside salon. They mark so they come out with the rich.
Not most probably now inside salon and they come out because now they mark and they come out and they get them from government, then they get them from agencies they're within a tongue, the international NGOs, then they get them from civil society organizations. Then they get a report here. So that now we waiting to get them. Tiboy you comment, then we can begin discuss another part of this. Very important.
Okay, we all know what's the healthcare system, Salon, and what it stands for. and how much the civilians and citizens in the diaspora are helping out in every sector within the health industry in Sierra Leone. So I don't know what the government to do, because again, we've been put to a test a couple of days ago. We were able to deal with 100 maximum born patients in Salon. We now primary hospital we can't even deal with that particular small incident. That's a minor. We've seen incidents over the couple of months or years ago where again we struggle. So I don't know how then they make this measure for make we get 61% for health delivery. I don't understand.
No, they say expenditure. They spend the money, but remember if you ask a question, then they are waiting, then they spend the money back.
Now administration, even administration is about question that now, because at the end of the day, if we have a right administrative structures, we could have dealt with some of the issues and they will not get the supplies for the medical thing they will need for before dealing with the situation. But again, I've been saying yes, administration will spend the money, but I'll take that back.
Okay.
Because it's not meaningful anymore.
All right. Let's me quick. Yes, for me.
Yeah, I think see if you want to jump this sector and go.
No.
This one, it's critical.
Yeah.
So we take with them, they'll analyze area by area. I don't begin with Bele Woman. We go for go born and the picking with a born. Yeah. We the evidence statistics and the 17%. Some of we they say it's not possible. Yeah. When you go for go born a cottage or any other hospital right now in a salon, if you not give blood, they're not the help deliver you.
True.
Yeah, if you never give blood, then you fumble, then get for call. You fumble, get for can give almost pints blood before then they treat you.
If not, so they get for pay passing.
That is so ridiculous. Yes, we understand say something una need blood. But really and truly, you go left belly woman the struggle. I mean, me and you not able to understand labor pain. But I sure say the woman the way they struggle with labor pain, you go ask them, say, then get for pay this and get for pay that, and then get for begin possible you get blood calm. I can imagine the pain within the inside and the carry agony when you go through there, you can't tell and I carry rubbish there that and the way you know say for born picking na country like Salon, na life or death.
But then they ask the woman there, now maybe send you. Now that then they ask them, sarcastic comments they will make. So we don't see two areas that we don't make way at. So primary education expenditure, you talk about performance in your days. Then so it's in they spend the money on quality education or the education are just on paper, T-boy.
Education. Now paper education.
Paper education.
Yeah.
So I don't get a 92%. So as far as they're concerned, they don't care. As long as they pass MCC, they don't care. So if you have a
Juma, hold on a sec. When you pass MCC, what's in that mean?
Well,
when you pass MCC, what's in that mean? It means what?
That means according to president, for an success that, again, I've been called out on the last clean bill of health.
No, because I don't understand why we can't see the past MCC. The entire government institution and they celebrate.
Yeah.
Because I don't understand the logic. Because MCC, now you post so for say we they govern Salon well, is it? No. I don't understand. So why should we be celebrating? Say we pass.
What you be say just now? You say if somebody no say no get for pass, then he pass. What did he do?
No, but I just want to know the benefit of going through the MCC report and you pass.
Because of the same thing, then they give them confidence for go get more money, for go get more, for go bigger. That's all. So the same vicious circle of poverty, where money said they not get, but for them now a PR stunt because they are failing in every other area. They don't fail the people, and then they try so hard for proof to the people and say, well, you see, now no money they appreciate we, but America they will know something. you see, it will pass the MCC.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it is. Because if they suffer, which they suffer, rest don't be 500,000 loans for back. Then encounter you say, then pass MCC. Now MCC you date. Where you pick, yeah, go ahead.
I ask. If the MCC salon really they eat.
Exactly.
If the MCC salon they teach in school. If not MCC, then I will law firms them. If not MCC, then I will parliament. If not MCC, then I will judiciary system. If not MCC, then I will communities them. How many people you know what's in an MCC in the interiors? Okay, no, forget the interiors. Inside Freetown Force. How many people really know what's in the MCC?
Now, where you sick, you go hospital, or you picking sick, like how Femi say. You go hospital, then go tell you, say, doctor not the medication not the. You get for go buy blood, or you get for go give blood force. Water not the, you get for go with your own water, we go for go born a cottage hospital.
And these are all some of the criteria the way you for meet for passing the MCC report.
Yeah, cottage hospital. You get for go with water, not to just blood, but you for go with water back because water not there for go born. Yes, sir.
Juma, I don't know for you and Tiboyo, but me na cottage are born. And I not believe say me mama go with all lengthing in the.
We then give you what you call out and call it the hamper thing, the gift basket and all of those things.
Yeah, exactly. Then give you all dandy. So what I say in this short life we don't live now this dunya as they can see. We don't see Sierra Leone go from don't not say so, but we don't see from at least so till now Salon Day, you know, at the point that you can't go hospital and get treated if you not get, you know, and that's failure by our administration. That is gross failure. So I don't know how in the past 20 years so, but if you look at the gun or anybody within at the gun would tell you see no to so it be.
And Conor, that have been the next question I get for us. With all NTI we don't they see how it impacts on the people in life in a positive way. You they feel this, you they enjoy. Because all the songs the way they come out na the country, I will go na playlist just now play for you 30 songs released between 2020 and now. All now one but the balloon na the country, the headache, the struggle, the suffer, reminding the president who they call on Papa government, Mr. President, we know for say things more now you they try you, but you know they do well. We now know they now that you they hear. So if you say now one person, then you go say this person na hate na isolated case. But any outside you turn, and the worst situation now the people away under normal circumstances, no blants grumble, no blants cry. Where they fetch for they be able for fetch for 8 left foot cover. Now then say they cry.
You might listen to this.
Yes.
The healthcare system is rotten. They have to beg for people to contribute, to send them to another country. And then MCC, they tell we say, we pass with 61%.
Now here we see T-Boy, the Bo government hospital, Lano God Asayo, okay? Because until you go say, Bo government hospital, not get lights. Patients then, and then they go task for put money for buy petrol for the generator. Hospital na yile, woman and they go for go born. Lights not in a touch lights that they use for deliver them. They you know, touch lights. So if somebody get complication yanda, waiting they happen. That will not be a reported case at all. Yes, Femi?
Jima,
yes.
I don't know about now, but up to recently, Cottage Hospital they talk about just now. Then color where them paints the wall them and the gun are brown.
Yeah.
I question that. I say for me it's supposed to be white.
Right.
But the same reason why me the state say for be white, now the same reason why then the state say it for be brown. I said it should be white because white could show dirty. And where you see dirty, it go get clean because it go show dirty. And then they say,
the mask up.
Yes, if it's brown, it go show dirty less. You dey talk about Bo Hospital. We dey talk about the capital city. T-boy talk say Connaught Hospital able handle 100 people them last week. Hello, even not even go yonder because you go sit down in an emergency, then get them all come at once. Within that year report say the balance people away the hospital when they not done discharge it or when not done, pass away yet. They're getting no treatment at the moment. I'm not saying Bo Hospital deserve waiting and get to. Or who's the hospital you call? Yele. I am just saying that even the capital city, as T-boy say, we primary hospital. Yeah, the hospital where we all born. T-boy, you said a cottage you born?
10%.
Sorry?
110%, yes.
Okay, so with 3 residents and a cottage with 3 born. The cottage where we born, not to the same cottage we did today. As I say, if the people are happy to paint it brown so that it go mask dirty, then it just shows say we get the wrong mindset.
So Adama Mambu post say passing healthcare with 61% and no gloves available at the what do you call them? No gloves available at the government hospital is laughable.
Bo government hospital.
Yeah, Bo government hospital is laughable. So what? Okay, what's in that? Thomas say it's a CRGM media, but who told you guys that it's a joke? I don't know if they refer to. I want to see this comment. T-boy thinks she was referring to a joke. Okay, so he asks, that's a joke, right?
So once they talk, so once they look down, they really and truly, we get the health show partnership. Go free song 2 months ago, T-boy.
Yeah.
Within 2 weeks, they refurbish Ward 2.
Not only within 2 weeks,
hospital.
Within 10 days.
10 days, sorry, apologies. Within 10 days, they refurbish. And when I say refurbish, I don't mean say then go lick up paint here or then go paint and then go paint and no. And go wash and down. A few months ago, a cleaner showed us a video of how Connaught Hospital been dirty and say how the cleaners and they on strike. Some people then criticize and say they know they do their work, this and that. The man say they don't pay them for within 7 months. This and that, all kind plab accommodate. That same, some of them same alley then with that body pass with that camera day. Juma, I saw with my own eyes. Well, not with my eyes, but with somebody in camera we pass and then same area then day. One of the same toilets with that was show we all kind bolo been day. I saw brand new in them. Gutters have been cleaned, walls were knocked down. So not knocked down, they were stripped and replastered. And what's that? That's a mastic.
Mastic, yes.
The mastic, the thing, then paint them. They have new beds. This now some of the donation they will come out the diaspora together with some well-minded people in a salon there as well. We contribute and give financial donation. Then a lot of Sierra Leoneans and go there. We go help some of the builders them where they hire for do the work. They be happy for do them. Some of them do them for little reward because they say the health partnership can make place for them because if they're sick now then get for good day. It's ridiculous say government can take credit for nothing where they know they do.
Right.
Then it's 61% on healthcare. Just a few weeks ago, we see we #1 hospital in such disarray. Gutter, the smell, full up. Me go inside Connaught, I'm not able for breathe, Juma. I'm not able for breathe. I get for the whole me breath. I was so accommodated. I was in tears, Juma. I would feel bad say na Connaught Hospital down there, and this not to Tetemo. This na 2021. This year.
Well, that's it. So somebody said, don't say this word bolo bolo, so you don't bring new one now. So today, we don't remind people. But that's the reality in the country. Tibo and Femi and we audience, after we presidents get the photo opportunity and the privilege for the first time for let it step in foot na Connaught Hospital in recent time. I don't know what we've been doing in NPIC, whether I go do. But in recent times, as far as making remember, where it be a political figure from opposition to now a president, where it all for 4 years almost in office.
You're not really in opposition, no, I'm passively in opposition.
Okay, all right. Well, whichever way. Where we run for a particular president in 2012, succeed. Well, 2005, 2012, and now. And it don't rule for done in a government for almost 4 years, right?
Yes.
The unfortunate incidents of people now India the privilege for step into Connaught Hospital for the first time, as far as me can remember. If anybody know other than please not tell we, but we know because we don't challenge people. Bring us photos to show that the president had been to Connaught Hospital before the Wellington incident, PMB incident. After that photo opportunity, Tibo and Femi, what did he do to change the face? Because if you not been go, because usually they ask a question, they say, oh, I'm not aware. I not been know. They not been bring account to my attention. But now you don't match go inside it 2 months before that or a month before that, the vice president was there as well. So the first gentleman, second gentleman of the country, they don't go to Connaught Hospital. If the health show able for change things within 10 days, what has changed since the president in photo opportunity in Connaught?
As I said, Juma, the surviving victims then still they don't Connaught have no treatment. Have zero treatment. But yet, man in the fly. Our priorities are wrong. In any way you look at MCC, I don't know, I think when they talk to the wrong people, them are the big who that ever get in contact. Una rights to them people there, so make them know the truth. The truth shall set us free. If we not begin tell people and the truth, if we the shame for tell people and the truth, people will say, you're not patriotic, you they cried on your country. No. We're contributing to the problem because we're keeping our mouth shut. We were not Christian. The Bible say it was for we know and choose not for believe than that man we not know. We know the truth and yet we turn our eyes. We look yes, we know and know because it not affects we directly. But indirectly affects all of us. Because until it not going to affect you today, but it might affect somebody they're close to.
Right. Femi, as you talk, and T-Boy, as I read Adam Mambu a most recent comment, Naya, I cringe, I feel pain. I don't know if you don't see the comment.
Yes, I have.
You want to read them for we?
Juma.
Yes, sir.
Before Tibo read the comments, the reason why I talk about this, I have friends with the work in that sector there. Yeah, I am telling you, I don't know what Adam right to, but I believe say it could alright say serious problem in the happen with hospital there. Serious one, because I know from the inside. And people that when are healthcare workers, they kind of, then they embalm eventually because they see these things day in, day out. But when you see themselves come out and tell us, say, things are not right, must not say things not right.
Okay, well, thank you. At least you know see the comment. Let's see boy read them low.
As I speak, babies are dying at the Oladurian hospital like flies. It's pathetic. I'm in the province. You can't believe there are no life-saving drugs in our maternal and child health post and community health post, district health hospitals all over the country.
Continue, Femi.
I rest my case. As I say because you know it's touching. It's I hear you, Adama, and I feel you. As I say, I go cottage hospital. Yeah, because I go for go see for me safe. Not long ago, I go Connaught Hospital recently. You know where you they don't by the main entrance where you go towards the the pharmacy. The under
where you go to the dental place.
Yeah, my brother, I could not I'm not able to breathe. It is ridiculous. And as I say, let we not talk about maternal mortality in our salon. We sit down as they laugh and joke, yeah. And as you say, our president, but I say, you know, the first lady, na woman, na kumbra, you go believe say inside 3 years, those will be places them where you go frequent. The only time I see photo opportunity because they're very good at taking pictures and telling you waiting and they do. The only photo opportunity I don't see now we then go open our hospital na Akingama Road.
Not to hospital and go open now. Hospital where be done day.
Where be not yes where they refurbish.
Yes. Then can meet and done.
So now the only hospital that me personally don't see where they frequent.
Right.
Yeah. And we don't ask the question. Say this are before this incident. We don't ask the question. Say, una where they out there where they tell we say we they lie. We not patriotic. We not like salon. We not like we president. We they ask us okay. We wanna prove we wrong. Show us a picture, a video of these people going where they go sympathize with people them or go address the problems of the nation. For the whole year and a half, we they host the health show. And all time we talk about Sierra Leone is problem after problem when it comes to health. Yeah, we get before health show kind of we platform. They've been doing so for another 2 years before that day. Each time they talk about Sierra Leone, there's problems. The health show went there for go see if they can help in the cancer ward because there was nothing there. Drugs they're not existing. You know, as Adam has said just now, we can't get empty. We hospital are empty. We don't have the small drug them we go alleviate pain safe. We not get.
What do we vice president mean say? He celebrate. He say the Wellington. You know, it show how generous the government be waiting and do. Oh, we open all the pharmacy. They use everything where they for treat the born victims there.
So you want to say to me, all the drugs they're waiting at the pharmacy, drugstore in a salon.
Now for 50 people.
Only born victims?
Yeah.
Wow.
But just Femi just they tell we say the people that were still in hospital will not die yet, they know they get treatment and they suffer.
So now just one game sector now don't spend about 15-20 minutes on because again these are the most important things that we also need for highlight because as far as me concerned, your health is your wealth. So how comes we didn't make the ingredient so we know for say the worst ministry in a salon, not the health ministry. Because again, if they don't spend so much money, they almost percentage the vice president be saying increase 5.4.
5.4%. So from 6% now that they get 11 point something percent. So you see where it correlates with this? So the expenditure, but not on waiting.
Well, I mean they say now on
administration,
but they take that back.
So now on waiting.
Anything.
Okay, all right. Yes, Femi.
So we don't go from one end of the spectrum. Our law go to the other end. Who they look at, who they look at people them way don't reach end of life. It's in called palliative care.
Yeah, please.
So let's talk about that. Because honestly, we spend our lifetime, talking about, mama them, young boy them, the unemployed, education, but we they fail always and for look at with senior citizens them. Senior citizens they see them at treat the big because them pension not able for put pots na fire. And if God don't bless them for don't reach a ripe old age where something and don't lost them picking up with them in unborn for take care of them, there is no care at all. They will look at the one the widow even sick within a hospital. Or when you sick self for go hospital, you not get way for make them go treat you. You reach na hospital now, they don't talk say there's nothing we can do for you. We just get for bio you take God can take no more for make your life you last few days them not as painful as we not even get dandy. We don't really have we not get nothing. We do I not even understand how they can pass almost 61%. I don't even understand how they'll get 1%. We have accidents all over the place. I have a friend that died this week from a car accident. As you said to me, Juma, the other day, you say we not get jaws of life. Na salon. Okay, that not to health. But even there, even if we get, we don't care and go hospital. How many of us we don't go emergency? Emergency na in the God which yeah.
And not a government place. So
man, you go under you at the well. How many of we even worse? We don't go 34 na barracks. The one na Wilberforce.
Yeah.
I went there. I was sick. And this one too, and not this year COVID time. Before COVID, I go there. I see the bed them. I see the window them. Juma, I see coach the work and a bed hospital bed with patients lay down pat up.
Femi, you don't go to the posh hospital, Troy Trams.
Man, no go yonder. I don't go Troy Tram. I don't go. See, but which our favorite hospital? Na Congo Coast.
ABC Nico.
Yeah, me don't admit there as well.
I don't go. Man, I'm telling you, private, not private, our healthcare needs serious help. We all don't contribute for make family members and travel go abroad for treatment. It's not an easy thing. You get for buy tickets, you get for pay doctor, you get for pay them for outside and go stay, give them feed. It's thousands and thousands of dollars. If we all put all the money that we don't spend in the last 10 years together with the same family, then go, them money then they go far away in Africa. But it's not really our responsibility, not with our salon. But it's not really our responsibility, Juma. Now government responsibility for care for in people them.
That's exactly what it is. So now I make people like you say, oh, which you don't do for your country. That's not your not ask me that question. Or ask your government where you vote for. Waiting then don't do it with taxpayers' money. That's what you should be asking. Don't ask me what I've done for Sierra Leone. What I do for Sierra Leone, it's a choice that I will make. You understand? And I know we can also and can talk if I want for Siam. Not for you I do and for that would be my own thing to do, or T-Boys or Femi or any of we. Ask your government what they've done with your taxpayers' money. Simple as that, And you see, now this the lead we to the where we'll open this conversation when we start the program. I don't see a lot of comments them after this. After Adama in comments, it follow up again, say, I want you guys to listen to this. They say the Andrew Lavalese, Ibrahim Tomé, and their civil societies are the ones sending those fake data to the MCC, all in the name of tribe, region, and party. Then you go further, say they are laying on the floor, no bonds units, not to talk of an ideal intensive care unit. Frederica say they don't look after living, let alone the ones coming to end of life. That's a response to you, Femi. Frederica continues to say 34 is a death trap. And Mukhtar say, if you go and see Connaught Hospital and see how hopeless these governments winning MCC are playing with the people's lives. So, Femi, so this can for showy again say, if you think, say, where you vote the wrong people in, you allow the wrong people for sit-down day, you come, you talk on social media, or you give back talk, it will come back to bite you. This is not the price what they pay right now. So that's why we all should be concerned about waiting they happen, the people that they put, in positions of trust for make decisions on our behalf. That's exactly what it is. Because tell me, Femi, any of them people, I be asked this question the last time, and I they ask again. After all that 11% where they spend, with this MCC scorecard where they don't pass, then where they celebrate this so-called success, okay? Any of them go be willing, God forbid, if they're sick, for be admitted na any of their facilities then they. Any of them go be proud, God forbid, if any of them family members sick, for letting admitted na them facilities there. Where then they celebrate, say, we don't pass MCC scorecard. That's a question for you guys.
Well, the answer is categorically no. But guess what? Juma, you won't be happy to be admitted at Connaught Hospital.
Of course not.
I won't be happy. And I make, for me, it's terrible. If I have the power to change Connaught for start, yeah, PCMH for start, I would do that. But I haven't got that power. The only power I get now, wait till the talk, so I share my experiences with you guys. I don't sit here away from the truth and the talk blah blah blah. I actually go to town. I don't go salon from where the work done every year, sometimes 2 times for a year. Tibona lie? Every year, Tibona go tap play for almost a year. We filmed, photographed all across the country. Now, some area them with Juma and Tiboy been there for jump inside water and help paddle the boats for cross certain areas, So we know what we're talking about. We're not sitting as just with blab no more. But as we say, if we leaders and we get the ability for change, if they can't see that, if they can't say, okay, I go forgo then trip yaso, I go forgo this luxury life, I go ban me minister them for travel, because you have embassies all over the world. Let we all tighten we belt and we take them money there, so we they spend like say na water, put on to good use. Let's go buy a mammogram machine. Low buy defibrillator them, low buy the right drugs. Low ensure say we have enough resources in our hospital where sick man come. We not get for go prep and the sick man that thing for pull in last and last for make sure say he gets cared for. Me and you, Juma, not get that power there. The people that we get the power don't care. In 3 years, almost 4 years, we don't see them one time go inside hospital. And they went in and came out as quick as possible.
But our photo opportunity then go there for just to click or to tick the boxes to say yes, we were there. because as far as me concerned, that visit was not relevant because it caused more hazard to the patient than actually bringing health or bringing any kind of sanity to them at all. Because what in the president visit get for go do to you, born victim, waiting at the deathbed, we possibly in presence of the effect, they give you some infection. So it wasn't really relevant. So now a protocol opportunity, because if they be really paid the visit because of the conscience of their mindsets to say, well, we have to be here because we believe, say, these people are actually suffering from X, Y, and Z, then we don't care about their own safety first, because the patient and safety was paramount at that point in time. So how can you visit a born victim with a crowd of people would even go add more to your suffocation? Makes no sense. So as far as me concerned, that was a protocol opportunity and they actually made good use of it. But over the years, we've only asked questions about the president or in why first lady or even Jules there when are the vice presidents for show pictures of them presidents now cannot. Never. Right. Not even to be seen.
Low answer the foot of state again, yeah? Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. Now one thing where messages now we are not too much agree with.
All right.
You see, we get to people and for understand, say, governance is for the people, by the people, and to the people. If we allow a few people to begin misuse with country, we not find strategies for put them under control, this will never end. I tell somebody today in a recent conversation where they get say, even this issue where they talk about this suspension of the Auditor General, this is the third time I have seen a letter coming from State House where the decision of the head of state is transmitted to the public by a letter written by the press secretary. We will not see the signature of the head of state. That is illegal. Exactly. See, a lot of rubbish they go on a salon now, where I believe say we were then at the diaspora, now we get for save that country. Now let us say we're not able. We able. We only need to come together. Let the international community know say we're not satisfied with what's in the go on. And if that country deteriorates into any crisis situation, we will morally hold them responsible. We need for come together. We need for put aside with differences and come together. Because if they wreck that country, now we they suffer. Middle net, they get telephone calls, where they get all kinds of pressure. And of course, as a matter of fact, some of us can have a way to help make that country, but you have to have trust in the people who are in the forefront. At a time like this, when the country they suffer, when they see pictures, they go around, video they go around of the son or stepson. They go around, they throw money, they show money. Then they come back, they talk, say the man is a businessman. But look at the moron who is a businessman. We see the boy in face, the moron you see. Businessmen, intelligent people, they are not so stupid fools.
So, I know if I say who's billionaire, that we don't take money, they go and put na what you call.
I swear to God, you know, it's pathetic, it's heart-rending. Not just few people and daddy die left salon give them all.
Well, you know, again, it come back
and
to
some of who don't reach this stage, you say, who don't lost patience, so what thing for be the be?
See, that come back to the same thing. So for the one that we think, say,
we need to come together and begin to pressure the international community.
Right.
Now get a peaceful transition from this rubbish.
Right.
This is pure rubbish.
Because you joke with people in life. You know. Thank you so much. Thank you. You get a question for her? Femi? Okay, get comments. Thank you.
Yeah, me get a comment. Yeah, Mr. Jambo, yeah, he's still there. You don't go. Okay, you go listen. So, literally, the points why this guy from make, I agree with him. Change starts with us. We get to look within. I say that all the time, and I think say a few weeks ago, I actually say people are within a Maryland, people are within a Southeast London. They form a massive percentage of that community day, and then for lobby the parliamentarians them into forcing the change. Don't also Juma, not also T-boy?
Yeah.
So I hear what Mr. Jamboya they say. The point I try to make is right now, physically, financially, I can't make that change happen on my own right now, this very moment. But guess what? Our leaders can.
Yeah, but you can influence that change as well.
Of course, yes. And no, that's what they do right now. So we put pressure, because this is a pressure group, no matter how you look at them. You know, if every week would they tell them, would they remind them of witnessing the responsibility and tell them, say, our people aren't being treated right, our people aren't getting the resources the way they need. So that's part of the work we do. But we government can make that change day happen like a yesterday. So not change the one no country, but at least as T-boy say 100 people for able to be treated. You know, then say one of them flagship program was education. Now at the challenge una until we now una show with the president and the first lady almost them primary school here, so they don't attend. They don't go watch waiting the happy inside.
No, they see the school picking them when they bring them for tour line for
no. So where then go there. I want see picture where then go now the school, then go see waiting the money where then claim say then they get that around the wall they actually go into.
But remember that video where the school picking them, the president asked the picking them, they don't eat. The picking them said no. The picking them vex. They go be the bring the car. If I don't eat no soap and free education, the picking say no, we don't eat it. Not say I will see that video where the picking say, what Mr. Concho, Mr. Cisse, come and see you.
I tell you. Why? Yeah. Why we picking and they suffer? Why? It's honestly.
No bench, that's it. Not say how we see a principal. Then they task the picking and 5 compress just for able for retain the teacher in our school.
My brother, waiting at that man in name, I can always forget him. We get to that village. Roland.
Yeah.
We get Roland village. He go to one school. Now, I think I inside forget on the school then also.
No. One of the upline place then there.
Okay, he go to one school. That's what the school picking. That's what the school picking in Bokuso.
Blind school. Now the blind school.
The blind school. That's what they picking in Bokuso. So there's nothing there.
No teacher.
They'll be honest. Waiting that free education where they don't go papi show around the world. They don't tell we say yes, this is our flagship program where they can't change salon. It really and truly. First of all, I think Mr. Jamboya talk earlier on. He say for change the education system needs billions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
It needs billions of dollars. So we not say not go change overnight, but waiting and they physically do. So for me, Usa then get that whole program they wrong. They didn't do the feasibility studies. They don't know what's not the problem, because the problem in education not get for begin with the picking them. You get for begin with the teacher them. We need to retrain our teachers them. We need to teach them. I go to some school then at Salo recently, me man, where I see the teacher them, I see the caliber of teacher them. I feel bad for the picking the way they go to school.
Femi, the challenge you say, it is not true that they don't know the problem. They do know the problem, but they don't care. And why I say that? Because most of them in this government, most of them started as teachers. I would name you 10 within our government right now we teach, including the chief minister, when I'm a minister of foreign affairs. Then teach. Then teach. That's a story for another. They will get for do a whole program on that one.
Don't let yourself mad off so. Can you imagine?
We'll do a whole program on that.
Yes, now you teacher.
Yeah.
Now you teacher.
Yeah.
History or government?
It teach me government and history.
So that's the government he's actually implementing right now.
Well, that's why I'm surprised, because I get the O-level results on government and history. I get 1 on both. So
You never think for write a letter or just a message?
No, not a letter. They write a face-to-face conversation.
No, you should send him a LinkedIn message to highlight some of the flaws of his teaching practice when he was a lecturer.
No. I will ask him why, because I feel
why?
Yes.
I forgot make he can't talk to your teacher.
No,
What's my name? No, put on Panasing. Mr. Francis waiting with the so. Make Mr. Francis can't talk to with their big Juma talk to the teacher. we want to talk to them.
Tell you. So most of them teach, okay? Or if they're not teach, then go school na salon. Okay? So they know what the problem is, but they just don't care. If they not go school na salon, then get picking their way go to school na salon, or then get them family picking their way go to school na salon. Or where they go school na salon. And the other thing we're going to make her tell you, say they know what the problem is, because one of the ministers of education now, one of the 4 ministers then of education, actually was a minister of education at the last government for a good number of years. And at that time as well, I'll tell you, say that was the missed opportunity for education at the country. Dr. Alpha Wuri.
You know, in one of the people that we even start for destroy education in Sierra Leone anyway.
No, well, I'll say, there was a missed opportunity because at that time,
it is not a missed opportunity. The opportunity was there. It's not a missed opportunity. Now, one of the people that we begin for abuse the educational system of Salon because the Suburban Project was meant to rebuild.
Yeah, rebuild the education infrastructure
in Sierra Leone.
Millions of dollars.
Responsible for that.
Yes.
Come on, what's he doing?
Yeah, millions of dollars.
We not even get the bots.
If them build pan body school, then you get hope say sometime then will build proper structures. There are places in Sierra Leone, particularly the northern part of Sierra Leone, okay, where they're gonna signboard there no more than put. Then put the signboard. Where they go evaluate the project. School not in an empty signboard na end day. Say school then but school not there.
You want Muktado right thing for you for sing I'm a big place.
Let me see. This now MCC command see why pass fake compacts why we suffer why thank you Mukta. Yeah, you see, boy, Jala Jamboya, don't tell me. Was over $1 billion project, and
and that's now one of the systems
money came to the country
used for rebuild education in Sierra Leone.
And then it's like
during Tijanka buying days, like always people in the say, Mr. Go make some small amount of contribution to that. He started to build the structures of rebuilding Sierra Leone. So it brings a lot of technocrats that we believe say have that potential to deliver that. And all of them failed him.
Yeah, and they sabotaged him as well. Yeah.
None of them know what they would tell me, say, I did well when I was serving in the Tijan Kamba government or administration. None. Because that was the best opportunity. And UN actually took Sierra Leone to be a template. Model country where they go rebuild after then kind of what they don't happen now.
Not so just UN, but all the international institutions.
Well, I would say specifically UN because now UN possibly gonna mandate they for say, okay, we rebuild this country. And then if UN don't agree, all international bodies will come on board. And they did. They poured so much money into Sierra Leone. And all that money they just go to waste. And that same minister he get in mind for make a denial where I get recording of years back, Femi, we were at that event when he said he wasn't the minister of education then. He put on power that person. I'm like, no, you're joking. And then he laughed about it. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine that? So they've always been taking us like we are fools, and they still continue to do the same thing. How can you bring in a failed minister with a build education in Sierra Leone 10 years ago, and then he did not do anything? He left the country after the election when he lost. Then he come back again for can be another minister of the same ministry. What do you expect?
Yes, Femi.
Quick question, Tio. I remember the conversation. It's kind of a member whose area. Nabi Hackney? Nabi Africa House na Hackney?
Not Africa House now. One venue in the na Peckham Rye. Now, one parent alma mater school event they will go.
Oh, okay, we'll go. I remember the discussion, yes, and he laughed, and we filmed it, yes.
Yeah, he laughed about it.
Quick question. Whilst Una they talk about the President Kaba in team, I really think President Kaba fail we. Not necessarily Idwam in safe, but he aligned himself with people that we feel, but the buck stops with him. His administration had the opportunity to change Sierra Leone, but guess what? When I know it in that administration they actually do, they made so many millionaires than us alone.
Yeah.
So much or so many of we so-called water the way they salon right now made their money inside the administration day. Because they made their money, the money we then send for go fix the country, people then put on them private accounts them with there and then families then they live luxurious lives them up to today.
Yeah.
Their money then they were to fix our country and we not use them rightly. So
Salon get the highest amount of donor fund ever within the history of the UN supporting.
Yeah, for that thing, we get a whole ministry for reconstruction, and rehabilitation of the country. When have been the opportunity that we get for build with road networks, for upline, because you've been looking for rebuild the provinces, for let people relocate, go there. So if where the talk says Freetown is congested now with over 2-point-something million people, where Freetown as it was designed for 300,000 people, and it is surprise why water not there, lights not there, a lot of things they're not missing at the capital city. Because unable for cater the overpopulation. The time we then get for rebuild inside and they nothing they not do. Whose road where they build? None. Whose hospital? None. How many schools? None. Whose electricity then can go? None. Where is the money? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So, over the last few years, I don't go in the interiors quite a bit. And Juma, when you come out Freetown, salon empty. You they drive for miles, they see people there. Sometimes you go see one person they walk on the streets. You go see one horse in the middle, or not a horse, a shack in the middle of nowhere. There's so much land where nobody not seen for day.
Correct.
The only place where I don't go, I don't travel past me, but the side don't see me don't go. The only place where I don't go, where I see crowd gather, na Moyamba Junction. Jesus, they go marry me to 40 woman.
It's always been like that because you get for gather, you get for each day, you park, you buy Uber, flying pigeon,
Me man who reach they want marry me to 40 woman. They tell you, if you see where they get up a week, if you see people, now the first thing and they see people and Boku so out of Freetown.
Femi, so get in Lord and Amayamba Junction, been tell me. T-boy.
Juma.
Yes.
What if family say so not true?
Yeah.
Because something gotta say so, Salon sad. We go bonds about 6 years ago. You can't even believe where we reach now bonds, the island itself, well not the island but the bonds Matrujon by the how you call the jetty for going out over to the island. 5 o'clock. Not to say now, so 5 o'clock, the town don't die. Nothing happens, everything don't collapse. The functional service now bonds that from morning to 2. After 2 o'clock, all man don't come by, all man don't go back now. The market is dead. But dead, nothing happen again after that. We go do something totally different. We end up now in school where I get for say no, we need for film this school. Guess why?
Tell me.
Now just 4 walls, no windows. We actually been the film, the picking and exam, they actually, I can't film me. I have to turn the cameras to them. And when I turned the camera to them, the class was over. This is a primary school. So basically, there was nothing in place for even control the kids then whilst they're in class. Because until the teacher said one for me part of the camera crew for making something at the shot. Say yes, I was part of this shot when I saw the camera panning onto my own direction. So it's sad. And all those structures if them we don't put them together, we don't be for deep out to do so. And then the worst of it all, I go to a 5-star hotel. You can't even believe it. Inside Bond. Then get the bold man back for say 5-star. No, but you see, laugh about somebody.
Yeah, you know, don't go na guest house na Kabbalah. Oh, no get my sleep before they can't sit down on top of the can't no clean. Because lights not in force. You don't know nothing, and you are trying to book it for us. You don't know if that not you are trying to give for one nothing. Now, some people
we get serious issues that we
paid for the guest house, but we could not sleep there because we don't know. If we are prison, now gates, them big gates, like boom, boom, like so we just park now the place, at least for this on South that people let them know, you know, can jack weird stuff. Yes, sir.
So a lot of people already watch some of them within the side of the world. The experience of sailing is free time.
Right.
Yeah. So I think what they tell in so some people don't understand this. It's hard to comprehend.
Right.
Say where you left free tongue, it's a different world totally out there. And those are our problems. Now make I think where I see they don't know. Yeah, something they no one for no. Because Salon gets serious problem. And free tongue not just the tip of the iceberg. So there's serious problem, but we can't address them.
Free tongue sometimes and get hope. But other places,
even free tongue, what they talk about. So some people don't even know Usai na Bay Street safe.
Exactly.
Some people in free tongue na Pademba Road, Sheka Steven Street, Usai.
PZ.
Then go out for Usai Kutoro there because it's so popular.
Lumley.
Me niece. Now the first time this ever. Last week, we come up from Lumley for Kansai Freeton. And she's 16-year-old.
Wow.
Can you imagine that? So again, if we get that kind of mentality, as I say, we do within Freeton, we don't even know where Freeton starts and where Freeton ends. And we know that in the end, with me personally, I go say, I know that a couple of months ago, we've been getting mayor at the program, say, even for a big college, it's not Freeton.
No.
So it is sad because we all impression of what we think or what we see. Not just that front face of
a lot of free town.
Even beyond Connaught, some man don't know what thing exists beyond Connaught wall.
Beyond the
wall, Connaught wall. Some man don't know what thing exists beyond Connaught wall. Some man don't even know what's in Itanlek for make you say you did on Kokul Bay. Some man gonna say, Kokul and the fish in Kokul Bay. People don't know these places because they don't really take their time to find out how Salon did. So when they talk about medical issues there, you need to forget like a health centers that are all them communities there. So these are rundown communities where get full-blown population of a minimum of maybe 15,000-20,000, if I would say. And then just imagine that particular area there, we never get service for actually service that particular area there.
Outside the health center, they are more, outside they almost go strangle me.
The health center, Dandy.
There is none. Nothing on it.
And then I just behind God's street, so just
behind cottage. Behind cottage.
Forget cottage because I didn't have cottage. Look, we say this is not God's street. Then get one also the front also.
Then
it's a whole community on its own.
Yeah, we get thousands of people living there.
And if you see the health center, it not even get complete 4
walls. Yes, sir.
Juma, Seabolts from Manzo avec Seabolts. Can we go inside Kanike? Yeah. Me man, now that thing they I see a different set of people them in the thousands now that small area there. We have serious communities them where nobody, I'm not gonna say care, but no, because Gillians really
they don't know whether they exist.
Thank you. You understand? There's thousands of people. Would they talk earlier on about land issues them? Just now I talk say would they drive go upland? Would they pass where we go Konoto to na T-boy in village? Kangama not also T-boy?
Yes.
Where would they drive go Kangama? I literally I've been a country people the way they pass now good Juma. When we reach Sunside them, me man, I not see people them forever. I just see all hills and valleys. These also even natural hills and valleys. Oh. Because this one's even portal. The way the motorcar they go inside the hole there, they can't up back. Where they claim the man-made hills them, are they afraid because not dust? Are they afraid say, "Whoa, reach up the motorcar go for Duncan down"?
Well, at least you know Ebugana. We don't go somewhere na Kabbalah well for go Falaba. The road, them 4-wheel drive, the one the way them Prado. Femi Motoka, Prado. We get for Kandong, all man Kandong. Then we get other people for help for push the motocar for claim less than 1 meter. Right?
We put the last safe and the dust.
Less than 1 meter outside the motocar for just claim. We all get for Kandong for push the motocar. So imagine the people where they beyond the under.
Oh.
The only motocar they see now truck where they go cut timber. That's the only thing they see. And then all Renault where they go say entire them begin come out force for them, then they go pick and can and put them back. When they crank front for start and they're all Guinea motocar and then did it.
And this nice I see not to
Salon, not to other place. So yeah.
So Juma, how can we have areas in Afriton we're so congested that we get areas them we're deserted? So going back to we previous conversation where I say if we begin build factories them, we begin build schools, hospital them, businesses in the interior, we go get people and we something will relocate from Freetown Granda, or people that we born na the interior, they not go get for one can Freetown for just can fame work. Then we open the country up. But now make I say we need all them so-called PhD Maya. So what's we first lady been called them?
Educated fools, doctors.
For once I think I get for agree with first lady. For once.
No, Mr. I agree. So when you did talk so, like we said, the thing where for pull the people for Goyanda not exist. Femi, the people already talk about past glory for Sierra Leone. Okay? Let's go to past glory. Where you talk about Lonsar, what thing people they talk about?
Mampa Mines. You see the mining fields?
Mampa Mines, right?
Yeah.
Say where Mampa Mines been there.
Yeah.
You understand where they go?
You talk about Rutile.
What's in the apple?
NDMC.
People let they go. NDMC, people let they go. Cambia, the Okupu Rice Research, right?
Yeah.
They on a guy Mokonde and they say they get their own thing, right? They about Delco, this, that. All kinds of things because Magbash Day, you get one thing where go call a particular community people and for go day where they attract them for Sidon Day. Where then Sidon Day, then go walk, then
even
get
medical. My best
hospital alongside. People believe for go day because something was there. But now nothing to Thompson. Nothing.
I said that Thompson if it's here.
No, I just talk no more. Nine can me aid. You see, like how much so that sing so now. So this nothing to Thompson just can made no one. I rhyme so now I just pull. Then Thompson they will not vex so. Now me fumble them as well. I fumble to Thompson then. Yes, feminine alone I know that. So you begin something where attract people where they go, where they make them they go to them place them there. And that's the glory. Another example. Recently, if you're not possibly familiar with what happened then they say na colonial talk. Let's talk about what happened now. Where African minerals been they operate nada McKinney and then places area then they what happened, T-boy? We not begin.
It was a boom.
It was a boom.
You get for book 1 month or 2 months in advance
for going to the guest house. Yeah. Or hotels there where they all full up. People and the way they left Freetown go tap na McKinney because houses were cheaper. Yeah. They were willing to work there and all that thing. And they somehow we can't Freetown. It a bet for run
go back. Yeah.
We go na McKinney. We go na McKinney. We see light. Now then me and Tibo they provoke. We say the coldest Coca-Cola will drink na McKinney past Freetown because I drink I like.
That's cool.
Yes. So at least when you get something where they pull people for go, they would go. But you can't just tell people, say, you know, gap let you go, fully matter let you go. They can't. They can't. So it is unfortunate. Yes, sir.
Juma.
Yes, sir.
So one of we viewers then text me and say your program needs to ask the fundamental question.
Okay.
What is it that the MCC sees that the layman doesn't see? I beg gonna help me and that force.
What's in the MCC see where the layman not see? As far as me concerned, the MCC, you are waiting and say, they partner with countries, okay, where firstly fulfill the criteria for be a low-income country, but then condition, because Salon always they come bigger for them, then fee say then get for be humanitarian, but we know just do na money no more like that, we not get for satisfy certain things. And what do they deal with? They deal with data we supply to them, then deal with paper. Who do they supply them paper, reports and data? They now government people and civil society organizations. So it come back to the same thing. There is nothing where they see where we not see. Then see say we not serious. So they help una. We've been get for giving this money anyway, but now don't bring this paper so we can justify for reports. That's all.
Okay, so I'm going to just follow up on that question, D. We viewer send me. And you answer, if the MCC then they get the data from Salon governments and then you know, people already gather the statistics, what are they doing to verify the statistics are so correct?
That is not their problem. Then get their own remit. Their remit is this. Produce this. If you meet these indicators, then would they give you the money because, like I say, then being get for give you the money anyway. But then get for justify, because if you look at their mandate, these are taxpayers' money. The government don't begin get questions from them people the way they pay tax. Why una always they give rogue governments them money? So they have to make sure to satisfy them citizens. Then say, well, they meet the indicators here, so now make would they give them the money. Whether it's right or not, that's another question. Let's go and see similar example. Forget the MCC. Let's go to the UK government right now. The UK government used to have depict, where they give money, aid, and other things and technical support. Then don't change and then don't stop because of the pressure we then get from them people and say we are not enough. But now they give out there. So you see depict don't come on at the picture. You see British Council they close. Okay, but then still want for maintain that foreign relationship they with them countries then they, and we country they waiting they want not just money no more, you know, they want. So now that they give them for build that ties because then still they keep that interest because of the geopolitics where they happen. China they try for invade, so they will not push away because it will not be in their economic and strategic security interest. So now, so me look at them. I might be wrong. So they are getting the benefit where they want. Who's losing out? Us.
As far as America is concerned, it's one of their, I will not say corporate social responsibilities, but I think they're doing their own contribution to countries of interest to them. And those interests to them is not to something where we know. What's in our interest to Sierra Leone, even though we don't class to be a poor country, but what's in the benefit from we, for making our give you this kind of money, for like we change restructures. What is the money meant for? Because the purpose of the money, when we always say, these European countries or America should stop funding Sierra Leone, particularly. Now, because we know for sure, say, these reports carry when they say so Salon pass. We know the physical evidence of this report card. Forget about the paper trail. But now let's come to the reality of what is happening. A couple of days ago, when I see how we healthcare break down, just because of an incident will happen, we not even get 0.01% of the population of Freetown. The healthcare system now, the whole country, not able to deal with that. and you also don't get the permanent secretary of health or director of health. In his own words, states say the newly refurbished ward by the Health Show Partnership Program, in the challenge anybody in the country, is the best ward in Sierra Leone. Be it
so
private,
a whole government
representative in Sierra Leone, be it private, be it government, be it whatever, it don't show that challenge. This now a ward we're renovated by private, individual, and collective people within the diaspora and some parts of Sierra Leone decide for come and renovate this ward in 10 days. And that particular government representative, they say, this is the best ward in Sierra Leone. So you tell me, Usai, the civil societies, the way they give these reports, carry reports, the data. You tell me, Usai, the NGOs, then where they, because one of the NGOs, them in the health sector, the governments, they make most of what they do, where they not even complete it. But that's another discussion for the day. You tell me how many government officials then actually they use real health sectors them in Sierra Leone, where make them they tell you say it is okay, they not invest enough money there. Because now, or based on their reports then now you they take for compare with what's in the physical evidence of what happens in Sierra Leone. But like I said, America not care. As far as they're concerned, then they pay their money, forget the strategies the way they want for putting in place, which Salon are part of. Yeah. So basically, I will give you the money and I make sure say I get what me wants, may possibly get financial value so more than what thing we can give. That is what we don't know as Sierra Leoneans. Because if we begin to understand what are the implications of some of these fundings that we have.
Before Femi come in quickly, I just want for touch on something. Then there's a comment where I want to talk about the health. Yeah. I want to let you mark this. Any country where the United States of America decide for go put a structure, okay? A structure, not to rent, but decide for build a structure. Just know, say, there is a strategic importance for them, and that's what they're benefiting. Continue, Femi.
So a few things there, and first of all, that we been send a question there. He been send subsequent statements then, but I'm not going to touch on them. I will just say kudos to them and kudos to Ona, because in next statement it was that is it that the international organizations, international countries, nations, and it's on a blind eye to what it actually they be. So not just the MCC, but all the international. But I think Tibo don't handle Landy even before I bring Landy come up. We see they have their own agendas, and Juma don't come buttress and by saying if certain country puts down a structure, it's because they come for consider. But I want deviate little bits, just little bits no more. We see this Glasgow thing, and at the end of this Glasgow thing, they may get for sign this COP26. They may get for sign some documents them and agree on certain terms and conditions. And if you follow up, una go see say India put up a fight at the end, which the world then they criticize India for. I want to take my hat off to India, because something and day, we get for look at the problem how it exists to we. Nelson Mandela once talk say your friend or your enemy is not necessarily my enemy. Yes, climate change they affect the one world, and sometimes we know now then concern they get for affect even more. But let's look at the truth. The country then will cause this problem with the world they go through, so not to the third world and come out. India might be a coal haven, if you can call it that. Yeah. But India states say they need to be extracting coal because they're not able to afford for go get the renewable energy them where una the talk say we get for. We will get there, but not in the timeline where una give. For una save that timeline, they almost impossible. For developing countries, it is almost an impossibility. And the reason why I bring that they come up, and I'm not saying in their right, I'm just saying that when we go and negotiate in table, we get for negotiate the best deal for we. And I believe, say, inside my heart, I believe, say, our leaders do not negotiate the best deal for Africa. We negotiate and we agree on waiting the West say we get for agree on. We sign the paper and we not even read the small print waiting we sign. We need to open our eyes and see, say, we're signing this, and because we're signing this, we're giving this away. If we're happy for give that away, no problem. Let's sign the paper, but let's read it. Let's understand
Femi,
the deal that will the courts. That's what I'm saying.
Femi, let me ask you a question, okay? Most of them, let's take Sierra Leone. Let's don't go, broad on Africa. Let's go specific to Sierra Leone. Do they know what is the best deal for Sierra Leone? Because for let you go negotiate your best deal, you get for know your worth, you know what you want, you know how you want for get the, and you know how you get for argue. Do you know why India would be able to argue that? Because India in themselves get strategic importance than the rest of the world, because they get manufacturing, industries and all that in a day. Where if India stopped today, Boku part of the world will suffer. And, including the developing, the developed countries, the Western countries will suffer greatly. Why make you think, say, China able for still show their muscle? Because if they stop, the world suffers. Yeah?
Australia, one example. Australia, the highest earnings now from coal mine, and then they make them very clear. Say people when they say global warming, global this, global that, but they don't think about the economical destruction way it will cause to the nation there. So Australia, then they even the Tampa that say because they in their own coal mine, they are the biggest and they give them the highest money in the country. So then they even the touch themselves. So whether una like or una don't, una favor or not favor.
So what's in Sierra Leone they own for negotiate?
Imagine.
So, Ceylon, we get plenty. For we, we're a country on hills and valleys. If the ice poles they melt, I don't know exactly how high Ceylon is, but I'll for example, me also at the see Lumley Beach. The far. Maybe not in my timeline, but sometime in a few decades, that whole beach road day and beyond will be underwater. So I understand Usai Salon they come off from. I heard the mayor Yeri, but the tree planting thing. I Yeri preso with the talk about gutter. I don't know really where that came in.
I ask you what the president will talk about because the president was there.
That make us see. I really talk about Andy. We have skilled people like a KKY women for don't speak to the points. I heard the lady from Barbados, hats off to her. She spoke, and as I said before, your enemy is not necessarily my enemy, but sent by Nelson Mandela. She said that to them. The auditorium was packed full. They with me, so then sit down with this woman. They tell the word. It tell them what in the nicest way, but it tell them off. That's somebody that did their homework.
Femi, you were just for the benefit of we listeners, where you they say we leaders them for read and understand. Most of them, when they come at the international conference here, they'll go to the World Bank and the IMF meetings, they will in the Caribbean high-level meetings, okay? The minutes, not to report, the minutes for the meeting where they can take part, where you can see they don't fly, they don't take that boku per there. The minutes they don't write them before the meeting. That they don't tell you, say, now this not the conversation, now this not the agreement, this not the outcome. Then give you one bulky document where you go to your hotel, then take one intern, okay? With sometimes a junior post where they practice, they attach it to your government, then go give 500 pages. You come, then don't tell you, say the reports, now the report format, this way you get for submit. Then let we help you for write it quick. But they don't draft already, they just plug in one or two things for let it look new. They don't read anything. They sign that waiting they don't understand. Quick you see that they call them big belly, then also with the necktie the way bend over under, with then safari suits. They have no clue what's in the camper. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So yeah, so I did some work with the whole COP26 thing. You know, God blessed me with certain skills in technology, and I was, you know, in some of the meetings supporting their technology skills, their technology needs. One of the room them, just like how you say so, Juba, it was sad to see that all the African leaders that we've been present, they're not been Boku, they. Just like how you described it so. Describe them back.
Yeah, they take them and put them together. Big belly with the necktie.
No joke. Yeah. Everybody that was non-African. I'm not saying that they were sharp because some of them dressed like they just got dragged out of somewhere. But none of them were overweight apart from the Africans. It was so... You didn't see their size before you see them color. That's it, we're double the size of everybody else. You know, and I looked at that and I thought, you know, and they're a lot older. They were a lot older than the others. So again, as you say, we put we leader in a place for go represent we. They signing documents them, then they sign loans them where we can picking them get for pay for. At not good or favorable terms. We need to hold our leaders accountable for what they do. And people like MCC, so we need for go knock na them the mouth and say, una left for give them money so. We're not interested. We don't want your monies no more. There's salon government left for the glad if because them passed them stupid reports here so cardia so we themselves no saying a fake. Let's lobby these people. If una want see salon better, una can bring una money then come put it to work. Build us factories that will able to employ the majority of the people that we get strength now the country, the middle age, the young, the young adults them. Let's employ them. India and China did that. India and China are the manufacturing countries of the world. Everything gets made in those places. We get such a young workforce. Let's educate them. Imagine all our call centers in Europe closed down. Okay, in the UK closed down, and they export all that knowledge. All that thing they go India. So when you call your help desk now work, now somebody in Singapore, now India they pick up. Then they talk less English, or then they talk English harder than within me and you they talk Juma. So why can't we educate our people them and go tell them people also say, okay, yes, floor space is there in London. We get cheap floor space so cable put one more building of people where they can pick up all on a telephone call them. We have the right graduates them. We go able for talk, get on a problem them and pass them on to the engineers that we get for go work there. How hard can that be? You know, build us factories them. Let begin do clothing. Let begin do affordable houses for our people in the interiors. Really, it's not that hard to fix.
Femi, Mr. Palmer, you dey hear me? Almost time I call
Sir?
T-boy, you dey for me witness, eh? T-boy.
If I no more.
Not to your uncle go lunch. bread factory 4 years ago.
Tapalapa, eh?
Tapalapa bread factory for employ 5,000 people. It creates 5,000 jobs. The block then don't disappear for the Tapalapa
factory because the block then get for take for make the oven.
Right. So the block then don't disappear. Then you can't talk about closed factory. Anyway, let's go back to this healthcare. There's a comment here where where Nazira writes. Very interesting comments. Because
I want to respond to Nazira in comments, but I think we don't need them. I will make some few response.
Right. They say we can have all the centers in the world, but they also need trained healthcare workers. For the healthcare sector, the training needs to start from the nursing school. Some of those healthcare workers know nothing. They don't provide them PPE, which without that pose a very high risk of infection and worse, death. There is no confidentiality HIPAA laws. I've witnessed nurses openly discuss a patient's HIV status. Access to primary health care or good health care will unfortunately affect a lot of people in the country. People suffer from diseases that are relatively simple to prevent, treat, and cure. Sad. Yes. Yes.
What's to make us say for response to Nazira in statements? She's 100% correct when we make that measure to the current status of the nurses that we have in Sierra Leone as of now. I will not say she's wrong. But I think going back 10 years down the line, we had a massive brain drain in the nursing system in Sierra Leone, wherein I would say 90 or 110% of the training facilities or the training manual for nurses in Sierra Leone is an exact replica of the nursing systems in the UK. What was missing, is the practicals. So during that period, the UK really struggled for nurses them a lot. So basically, they were importing nurses them from Sierra Leone to the UK and other parts of the world. But UK benefited a lot because they had influx of Sierra Leonean nurses that were flying to London with full-blown employment into the NHS. With a minimum of 3 months adaptation, you become a full-time nurse. So what was missing then was the practical. So I believe 10, 15 years ago, the nursing faculty in Sierra Leone was doing extremely well because they were focused. They were using the exact manuals of what was happening in London by then. So I don't know what went wrong where to make the system just can't collapse just like that. But like I say, I'm not going to defend what he don't say so right now because I believe she's right because we don't see practicals of the malpractices of the nursing system as alone we used to go ask question where you not even do nothing about nursing, but with your basic idea in terms of how you treat a patient, we know say they need to do well. But I don't know what make that can't happen. Nursing school was a pride to be part of the nursing school. The entry level was high. It wasn't that low at all. And when I say the entry level was high, you not just to get you UAS or Beke or you GCSE. You forget some amount of more backup certificate or education for making you able to apply for going.
And we go to get for prove you said because if not that they kick you out.
They're not be scared for suspend people that we need to finish nursing because no but cool nurses that we go we not end for finish continue they not perform well. So the standard was high. And we've been get issues in terms of medical facilities, but NIMEC cannot really do and cannot continue for still do extremely well because most of the nurses that we come up from the nursing school were sent to Connaught. And most of them were also distributed to the provincial towns. NIMEC nursing system that the provincial
Connaught been the host the nursing school, the nursing school been the neighborhood
next to them. So I totally will agree with you. If you talk about the current state now, yes, I agree. But I think I don't know what to make it go down.
I think the point possibly where they try to emphasize there that they look at the holistic picture, not just going there for say you don't go build 4 walls like you see, just like they did with the schools, but you build, you have to train people, you have to make sure you equip the hospitals, you provide supplies, just like how Adam Amambu highlights. If you get hospital, they will not get simple drugs for treat people. I'll accept the nurse, you go pull an Japan, you bring and come. You know, if the carpenter not getting tools, they're able for work. So that's all. So I think that's what she's saying, that don't just build the 4 walls, but equip those 4 walls with the right, human resource, the right supplies, the right equipment we need for them at a place. Then if you give a doctor for go perform surgery in a place where electricity, they when a torchlight to get for use, definitely the patient in chances for die is high. You understand? Some people will not even go close to that for go perform. You go get a nurse for go do work, you not get gloves, you not get gloves for doing work, you protect, you expose them to a risk. When say go sick, in family sick, he die, we don't lose somebody in the workforce. So the ripple effect of not doing the right thing or turning a blind eye is huge.
Yeah.
Me don't go Connaught Hospital, I get patients there. What you call them? How they call that? The blood pressure thing, cough, where they check blood pressure. The hospital doesn't have it. We get for pay the nurse 5,000 leons for any time we get for can check the person blood pressure. And this time somebody again for monitor in blood pressure, they'll check them frequently for see, for able for control. And the nurse tell me plainly, I say, come on, why do I have to pay? He say, me brother, he said, this is not owned by the hospital. The hospital not get. He said, now one of the other nurses then get. So now in no when you now they share to all the patients, and we have to pay for it because I'm buying self-buyer. Would you blame that nurse? Whether they lie on a tweet, they talk, if the hospital being get, then if they try for do side business, then I can go complain. But you can't blame how you get a patient. Bedspread, where you patient sick. Hospital, bedspread, you get for go buy. Then they tell you, say, buy bedspread, buy gloves, buy, I call it in pillow. Yeah? You get for couch, all that. Then you get for couch bucket, you buy water, everything where you patient they use reading at the hospital. Now you they carry it and gloves for the nurses. I'm not making this up. The Connaught Hospital.
You even buy your syringe and needle.
Yeah, well, that's not the other level. Imagine the bed. Yes, Femi.
So you been they ask, say, waiting happen on a T-boy been ask. I mean, we sit on there, so was it yesterday or last week? We then talk, say, doctor, they get $250 for month.
Yeah, $250.
So what are we expecting, guys? Let's be honest. Yeah, let's be honest. Yeah, would they say nurses then they do this? Would they say teacher then do this? Would they say doctor then do this? Would they blame them? Then people they also say then they take bribe, then they force people and for do this and do that, and so they will get treatment. But why? How can you pay somebody $250? A qualified person, doctor, we don't do university almost here. Don't go study. It don't do in waiting you call that?
Housemanship.
In
apprenticeship.
You know, it don't become full doctor. You they pay $250, boy. What do we expect? These people have families to feed. You don't get doctor now you host. So until you not go school, you man not go school or you have not go school. So until you get then grandpa they not go school. So that one person they now where you don't manage, you don't educate, it don't go university, it don't turn doctor. Imagine the pressure panda pikindi. That young doctor the pressure where they go get, and you're paying that doctor the $250 a month. That $250 a month, you know whose kind of village that person they that people all man where they say now we help put you yonder. So we reach there now, you get for can deliver to we. But because you pay that person they not enough money where he able for get a decent car for drive go work. So that person get for take transport. Transport they eat so much. You get for put rest na fire for in picking a man. Then you get for feed mama, you get for feed auntie, you get for feed uncle. You understand? You get for men in brother sister picking them. Come on, bo. The problem is right above. We leaders them get the problem. If they not deal with them problem, then they will not go ever fix Salone. As I said before, education na then key project. Then for don't do them studies better. You know, take the teachers them, train them up, pay them nicely. I know a woman will left teaching for go turn traffic police officer and alumni. I could not understand how you go left teaching for go be traffic police officer. Now somebody explained to me, say, do you know how much money traffic police they make? When they stop people them. So you understand? So we're forcing people them for go live, how I go put them, unhealthy lives them, for turn them into crooks, for turn them to thief man, because we know they do the right thing for pay them a living wage, Juma. So we're contributing to the lawlessness of our country. When I say we, I'm talking about our leaders here.
Femi, you know, when you talk then here, people know they understand. Like how they say, people feel say this problem is where you say free tongue in Sierra Leone. I know that I don't tell now this story. A 3-4-year-old girl. I know they ever forget that picture they die waiting at the village in name where I can call now. So between Bo and Moyamba, there's a 6, you know, from Bona 16 miles. I remember the village. We go to that village there. Just go work no more. You know, we end up make friends then, they like family friends. So they go there every day, they come up Bo, they go there for the duration road in a Bo. We go keep company. It was just fun, you know. Then they cook, we sit down, we eat to go then a farm. And I tell you, I go see where then they make per mine, send a mass, then they mass the banga. All that thing and not be no. So then go expose me to some realities. We go one day, we just hear the whole village they cry. What's happen? Then get a health center. Then go to the Pekin at the health center. The CHO, the chief health officer for the place, was not there. This Pekin get high temperature. To make I say this because Nazir talk about things that where people not supposed for die for waiting for treats, we able to treat. The Pekin there, somebody give the Pekin, no nurse not in at the place. The CHO in don't go. Who that treats the Pekin?
So Juma.
Huh?
Koto Juma.
Pepe doctor, the potter, the pa. One pa, when I they clean, if they get what you call it, then say they then put for clean the place. Now give the picking chloroquine injection. Imagine somebody when temperature don't shoot up or what you call it. That picking convulse everything. So we reach there, we bring a motka, we take the picking, put on a motka for drive with them. Imagine the road for Kanabo. Now 16 miles. We're not supposed to take what you call it, but it took us hours. For Kautanabo, now the MSF hospital. As we reach now the hospital gates, now the Pekin die. Do you know what that feels like? Where Miguel Gal picking them now, anytime I see me picking them, and they get a flashback, they want to remember people picking. So tell that picking them for me don't can go and be somebody for your own family and for himself and contribute. But she died because the system failed up. Who can't find out? Who said the CHO go? They were the CHO, they know they pay them, so they make farm. So you can go to a farm, now one wanted the Canada hospital, you can't check. When the nurse them, the nurse, well, they know they pay them, so they say, don't say they know they pay them, then say, being go their own, you know, farana for survive. Do you have to blame them? You can't. Then, obviously, the potter see an opportunity, say, one be doctor, he can inject the Peking buoy, poison the Peking system, Peking that. How you manage get chloroquine and what you call it? Well, Mr. Getting small meresia, who cannot say no to that one day, he can treat people. Who say he's a bit treat people? Well, me have been put in a government hospital for 19 years. So that they don't qualify you for give people injection. So you see the ripple effect. we they take this thing like an light thing. If you not for done, you do much, you know they know. My brother was sick. I go that hospital to that family hospital, Macaulay Street. So luckily, because of the person know we familiar with it, call up, then call the ambulance, then bring and can cannot.
I beg me can interrupt you. Why you call am hospital? I not agree. I say I not be ever not hospital dinner that place.
When I make a hospital,
I beg you call me no say Dede. I go talk. I see hospital there. I was shocked. And the question I want to ask now: what happened to the dead body that we been there on that day?
Well, then Nativo the friend, we have for an archaeologist there for go find out what happened. So the whole system that will reach now hospital. In teeth, then they like so. Then tell we say, "Lord, wait for us." The doctor get meeting. But T-boy don't show me what for do. Because I land me confusion. I go buzz the doors. The doctor come on and do make plan. But it treats me, brother. At the end of the day, we make party. I tell them, sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful, but I had to do that because But how many people will go do that? They escape. What if they hold me? Then can we go to the police? Then go lock me.
Yeah, can go police, but good time for go lock you.
Yeah. Tim and I have me shot. They go bail me.
No, talk about police are different.
Yeah, so
because Tim don't did go to police.
I mean, I can go bail me because me and the altar will make clabber. So you see, this is the problem. But if you talk calm, then say, oh, like a country, you they sell bad news, you hate not to hate. It could happen to anyone. People, girl picking, dying at that place. Anyway, I think T-Boy and Femi will try for begin the roundup because if we say they continue now, they come out now, so today just like yesterday, So the MCC scorecard, with all the two don't talk, so all the two don't highlight. Now go back to that question where you, via text you, Femi. Waiting MCC then see what we not see. That's my question for you. And please try to answer whichever way and make a round-up statement, please.
Quickly, somebody just sent in a free tongue so just send me some langa message under the flower post. Yeah. I'm not going to read down the right now.
We able to summarize for me?
I'm not going to read it. I will read them after I don't talk. Then I'll come back.
Okay.
So really and truly, as I said before, for me it's fail, and fail. I can't understand Usa MCC commutes with this thing. It lets now government getting the information they are they expect see, then go do their due diligence and check certain things then. You can't just like way then can audit you. Then can audit you, you don't put say na then so na then na this room, this office, where I can present to the auditor. The day the auditor will come in now, somebody can bring some next equipment can left on we're not in your paperwork. What's in the happen? Man, can't go because this is not what we're doing. But the auditor supposedly get for look the paperwork in longer. So na then say they can audit. He look around the office, he look the paperwork, he look all thing. Then he identifies, say, this and this, nothing at this paperwork. Why? The MCC then therefore look, say, but hold on a minute. What we cancel on the last day? We see on a hospital and they suffer. After the incidents na Wellington, why young Peking he stand up, he say he not understand how comes we want no country system overwhelmed by 100 people then. A young teenager, I think she was. You understand? T-Boy self asked that question there. We they see gallon water. What's that 5 gallon water? 5 gallon, they like 5 gallon there. Would they see picking and they go toast there and then they water before they go school in the morning? Sometimes the place they dark, then picking and they go to line a pump. Young girl picking and God knows what's in the happen to them. We they see with students in the past university can't construct a line of basic grammar. Elon not even look far. We see statements where they come inside government offices.
Government office or inside State House.
Where we they cringe at the English. I see them spell by election the other day as in BYE.
Then go bye.
My God. We they see picking and they die in the hospital them. As na Adam have been see. Almost picking they die. So in this almost hour we don't talk, but so in almost picking and don't die. In almost mama then don't left. We good for good deliver. We no make them. We either mama or picking no make them, or sometimes both no make them. We they see the elderly them. Then they force them into retirement at the age of 60. I hear somebody say. At the age of 60.
If you're lucky for live that long.
Yes, but let us assume say God don't bless you with long life and well body. So you live, let's say, because we know some of people and they live till they're 80. So for 20 years you not get an income because that pension within the give, it's nothing. I know somebody with them they get 14,000 Leone pension. And it's not so long term. President Koreman can change that law there. I don't know who's here Dandy. Something you able to help me with Dandy Juma. Can escalate the money then they pay the pensioners them. But before Dandy, under President Kabat, this person will don't work na high society na salon. In one whole life, when he get 14,000 Leone, where the man tell me a shake. How you go give person 14,000 Leone for months? We have the blind. We have the blind. We ridicule them. They not get way for support themselves. Then they go big. We get the people then we go through the rubbish of we civil war. We lost their limbs them. We them beg you money, you get for put on them pockets for them. Because they don't have hands. Nobody does nothing for them. Well, I say Pakaban government fail we. Many reasons in the way Pakaban government fail we. That was the time we've been follow look say we tired for faith, we tired with this war. Let's fix our country. Let we not allow we country forget to the position where we will get the kind of situation there so again. We're now in 2021. Our engineers, we go book. Some of them get all kind degree, all kind postgraduate degree. Can't build a straight line. Cannot build a straight line. Would they use French tick for build high story inside the capital city? French tick, Juma. I think there's one company we get scaffolding at all. I might be wrong.
How long the scaffolding they even go?
Imagine French tick. I'm not gonna call the building in name as don't the drive past side they see this French tick. If you see the building, it look like say get for big good nice building. French tick then and it will go at now 4 or 5 story.
Imagine person come up here and follow a canon back one bag rest 9 and they can go to him family and 250,000 Leones.
I am telling you, Juma, there's so many things that we're going with the country. And yet then they say, yeah, the problem in Boku Naimik, we're not going to fix how we inherited. Yes, but guess what? You're the government of the day. Left for the term which you inherit. Take what you inherit, multiply them and make them better so that the next government where they come instead go do in own bits and the next government where they can go do in own bits. But if you don't say we just sit down now because the one that we can before we not do better, nobody. And guess what? When emergency happen, that thing you don't get time for fly out. So you get for go lay down at that same Connaught hospital where you underfund for years. Where COVID happen, we plane the left for fly. Where you sick, you get for go to the same hospital and day. really and truly, it's about time our government wakes up. As I say, I don't even know how to begin with this report card. But if I bring this report card, can I ask me parents and for ask me who school you go, how much money you go pay that teacher there, because there is no way, as T-Boy say, we know your ability. There is no way you forget this kind of results. You know, Juma, if you go thief, no, that man will say you go thief. If you bring something kind of us, where you parents and no said no to them buy for you, wait me be.
Who say they pass with some for kind of us first? Because like me, I tell you, say my papa no go school, but he learn for read the rights. He do adult education. However, where I go school, where I come, where I go lead on the net, and he open me bag, they check everything we get inside it. Because I be all the book they way buy for me. If anything fall in the inside it, we not to me on, I they meet on a table. I get for answer. So patchy they carry that one day. You can't. You need to go take what's in a portion. They're not even call you some side for go eat self, you go there.
So Juma, so that's so right. So, you know, we've been brought up that way. Yeah? Now let's go to what we see recently. Imagine you pull boku money, you the old you the papi sure I'm not do, you gonna owe you papa see. Which you papa good do you, Juma?
I swear it is swear force. It is swear you. And I tell you now, was it yesterday? I tell you now story between me and my daddy. Was it yesterday night? You know, then give me money. A family member come, he come visit, He give me money. So I give me daddy, he take the money, he keep him. He show me, say, hey, look, this money where you give me, now that's why they put him. I say, okay. A week later, me boast to, you know, the people who are holding a compound. I say, oh, I get money, then give me money, I get boku money. You know no more. Oh, you get in a lie, you don't get money. Give back. You know, I was like, you know, generously, I go pull a car. But I didn't tell my dad. So a couple of days later, I go find out, say, the money, not to wait till we put the meat. He asked me. I tell her, I say, oh yeah, let me take him, you know, I give so possible, he say one money I get. The bit where they give me that day, I know they ever forget that bit in my life. Because I say, yeah, now you money, but you not ask permission first for take them. Secondly, who that tell you say you for go give without asking permission? So now thief, I know they ever forget that bit in my life.
So yeah, so the point, the reason why I bring down the come up, Juma, it's important to see our country they in poverty. Our leaders have to act responsibly. And then therefore teach them picking how to act responsibly. Yeah? Some people say not to school money, not fake money. It doesn't really matter. You people they're not going to die, they burn a fire, you do go dance na London. There's many things that we wrong with our leadership. Then therefore men them picking them better. Then for don't tell that boy say because not today don't begin do that thing day. The boy is a don in free time. Then for don't tell that boy they say right now, things wrong in the country. We need you for comport yourself at least way better. Yes, we understand that you're a teenager or you know around that, but we need for you for comport yourself because you come on at this family right now. You represent the you papa, you step papa, you mama when are the first lady when you step out. If you step out of line, it rolls back bad on us, especially right now where the world's eyes are watching you guys. If you train you picking them well, that body not go do that. Me are not crazy. Like I been get money like house and Sunday na beach. I not go take a handful of sand to go parade that. It's not possible because the beach where they go give me not go small.
Let me ask you a question. Waiting and can say the apple does not fall far from the
tree.
All right. So let me ask you a question. You see, because sometimes we can forget quick. What you can say now, so T-boy, that you cannot give what you don't have. What happened after the killing at Pademba Road Prison, Tombo, Lonsar, and McKinney? What you been see they happen? We didn't hear any public statements. We not been see they were somewhere, the president and the first lady, while people in the morning they cry and wail. Some not even know whether they lost family. Where who side them in there? Them there some side they ride some kind bike, not so. Showed us video. The other one who side them in there, then Kent Beach. They work, you know, they celebrate, they enjoy life, they relax. So would you be surprised if just at the back of a major incident in the country where people not even, you know, able for accept it, we see a video like that? Why make you for surprise?
Yeah, so it's depressing. You know, these are the people that we lead with country, you know. But again, as somebody say, we are at fault as a people. Sierra Leoneans are at fault as a people. Because we get people that we they condone such behavior. We get people that we they say, wait till they talk so now young bobo make you enjoy himself. Oh yes, because now president not forget life. You as the president himself said, you're now a public figure. Remember we talked to BBC?
Yeah, BBC.
Where it be the talk about Lara. We say Lara then na if you never stand the heat enough for the kitchen. I think those were his words.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same thing. You're a public figure. You need to behave as a public figure. And not to just you, but you wife, you picking them. Because they're part of you. They're the first family of Sierra Leone. So any misbehavior they rub off on not to just Una, but we all as Sierra Leoneans. You know, but sometimes you're right. If you don't have it, you can't give it. So if you not get discipline, if you not get, you know, self-discipline, how are you gonna dish it out? Your parents had, and they make you afraid. I remember in this country, you know, DJing, you get exposed to lots of things. You know, I didn't a club, I didn't party them. I have hustlers around, introduce you to all kinds of things. They say, can't join, can't do this, quick money, this and that. The reason why I never got involved in any of the entire so, now because my parents didn't teach me right from wrong. I don't want to let them down. We come on as such a small community. Imagine. Then go say, Papa, my Baba, I do so.
Lordo.
I did tell you.
Femi, you get mind upon disgrace we bring to the family.
Thank you. So then they see then what then they.
But they not said to you, they said to
the family. Then what then they will always haunt me. There is no way I go to live with myself if I disappoint my parents and so. Yeah, but you have to give that. You get for give you picking and that knowledge thing. Then get for understand, so we then go na treat, they're not just themselves, but they represent their families. But as I say, MCC, una not try. Una left for the give we then can mark so for the can give we country them free money as because not all we country na the give. Una the give them what to call it yesterday? What to call it yesterday? Santi
Bokias. Waiting at Santi Bokiat.
No. Tell me, Juma. Waiting at Santi Bokiat.
Tell me, waiting at Santi Bokiat.
I don't know.
How you no go know? Let's say now the the higher level of the thief man there, Santi Bokiat. The thief will not get degree.
So Juma, with the give them people are so or not to be. MCC, they give them plus a report card and they give them these monies, and then money also not they go for the benefits of the people. So me personally, I'd rather they don't give it to Sierra Leone. If they want do we good, if you say like how I talked before, it's poverty reduction. Yeah, it's all about reducing poverty. We don't want your money to reduce poverty. It's not going to help. Una can't build hospital them for we. Una can't build solar farms them for we. Una can't build wind farms them for we. Una can't employ we youth them. Una give we the physical stuff them where person not go put in a pocket and run away with them. Because say that person they bring that factory they can down and put in a pocket and go with them, somebody go to Olana Junction. But if you give them almost $1,000, a quick thing. Before I say almost $1 million.
They know they know.
Thank you. So that's it. We don't want your money. We really do not want your money. Una take una money, una bring can bill for we. See them. We go employ with people them. We go treat with people them. We go educate with people them. It's not hard to do. Now my last word Andy for today.
All right, thank you so much. Big now for read that statement for one for no waiting that comments. So over to you, T-Boy. Whilst Femi defend that statement, please.
To be honest, I can't say.
Sorry, before you go, Mukhtar they kill mood laugh. Mukhtar said the MCC report na hip hop report. Mukhtar, what do you mean? You are some interesting guy.
I think that's that song for you, Leonie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I think so far with me, I just really try for highlight some of the priorities where America puts in place for make sure say you meet them criteria as then they for make you pass the MCC report. And where I don't highlight all those criterias, we not pass none. We not meet none of those criteria in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. So to me, the government they make statements a couple of years ago say we education as salon long get so bad that the begin them now them parents them they bribe teacher them for me then show them them pass the exams and then again nothing. Well, it makes no difference with what's in at the MCC report card. Because to me, the MCC report is just a living testimony of exactly the same thing where the government will make noise about, say, then they show the picking them, and the picking and they pass, and then again nothing upstairs in their head, where they go show for, say, they don't pass this exam. So basically, if you, as a country, need for possess certain qualities, and you meet certain criteria then for make you pass an exam being set by the United States of America, and then you clearly believe, say, you meet them criteria, then you scorecard the way you put together in your database collection were all correct, and you feel proud for celebrate where you pass the exams there. Well, I don't know whether if you say you follow, but like I said earlier on, population as alone about 7 point something or 7 million. So I don't know whether the 7 million population as alone, then that's stupid for make a handful of owner, they put the reports together and hand over to the United States of America when they cross-check them because it is of no interest to them other than satisfying their own financial needs for get their own strategic positions. Then, look, we continue because at the end of the day, the question what they ask now the MCC reports card na they take for governance, William. Now the MCC reports card na they take for fix the health systems in Sierra Leone. Now the MCC reports card na they take for fix education in Sierra Leone. Now the MCC reports card na they take for fix the judicial system in Sierra Leone. Now the MCC reports card na they take for fix security in Sierra Leone. Now the MCC reports card na the mechanism for make sure that we get community cohesion in Sierra Leone. Now the MCC reports can now they take for bringing investments in Sierra Leone. Now the MCC reports can now the team where they govern political parties in Sierra Leone. So that's not the question of what they ask. So if we current government, they boastfully say we are doing extremely well in Sierra Leone. That's why the MCC, they pass we on their scorecards, then we are joking.
Right.
I want to say thank you to the contributors that will make contribution on our YouTube and Facebook. And the conversation today was very civil on YouTube. And I believe, say, we need more of those conversations because it highlights a lot of stuff that we have to say, some of we need to know. And one interesting conversation, we make mention of somebody we say, you remember those early days when Grandpa been there at the provincial towns. He gave memorable stories about how peaceful it was there. It only be the kind of freedom for cancelling goods and services there. You go back to the provincial towns. That's how peaceful it was then. Again, somebody respond to and say, well, you know, get that kind of story, but in Grandpa, sadly enough, in Grandpa don't die. Blessed memories, but you don't know nothing about the provincial towns. So that's not some of the comparison we make earlier on with what's in the happen at the provincial towns and what's in the happen at Freetown, where some people they don't know what's in the even exists behind the walls of Connaught. Some people they don't know what's possibly the East Street today. Some people they don't know what's in the demarcation of Freetown. Some people don't really see the reality of Freetown because in Freetown are just Panemba Road, Shepherd Stephen Street, PZ, and Kuto Road because they're one of the most popular streets in a salon. So we get for even think beyond what we look at as Sierra Leone. We need to just Freetown. For look, we understand some of the realities of the flaws of this particular MCC report. Because the MCC report card, is it just focused in Freetown? And the database they collect? Is it just because of now Freetown, almost everybody feels say everybody did? The population of Freetown is not 7 million. I don't know whether I even reach 2 or 3 million. But we'll also look at the other areas of Sierra Leone. We also govern the MCC report. Have we checked and make sure that everything with the MCC reports card give clear cut to Salon that meets the requirement in that particular areas in there? So we get for really look at some of these issues then and put everything aside and look at the realistic pictures of what in the MCC reports they say. Do we need to believe in it? Do we need to rely on the MCC report's financial support when they come after the report card? Do we need to say to the Americans, thank you, but no thanks, take your money back because your money is not bringing in anything into the community that we live in? I think it's about time for like we start the diaspora revolution. And the diaspora revolution for we make sure say we reach out to the local MPs that will get in our community there. Also we get the densely populated of Sierra Leone people in we communities there, especially in the UK and in America. America apparently is Maryland. In London apparently is Southeast London. So we get for actually put serious pressure on we MPs them. I think in America, I think Juma, you guys need to be doing that because I think that the MCC reports card based. So basically, if una are able for make sure say una make the American, we have so many influential Sierra Leoneans in this particular Biden administration. So it is not a matter of possibility, it's just a matter of when and how fast can we make sure that we get to these people so that they can understand the fact that the MCC report card is not correct in regards to voting salon they give them. So we therefore begin actually take certain steps then for make people understand, say we can't sit back and be treated like we are stupid idiots. We don't even know what we're talking about or what we're doing. For like you tell me say black is white, and when I know for sure black is black. I don't know who's with professors then they. I don't know who's with directors then they. I don't know who's with so-called educationists then they. I don't know who's with lawyers then they. I don't know who's with political activists then they. I don't know who's with civil society activists then they. For make them sit down and allow such spy game, become a spy. For allow them students, they have to become a student, they call them, because they still don't know exactly what it is to administer governance. So if they're students, they also the spy still for pass. Then they cheat the exams for pass. Then what do you expect? It's just a living testimony of the expression of a president at the international platform, and he can't even say much for talk about issues them where they affect the world. Not even make mention after a long year and several references of what thing that happened at Salon in terms of global warming. He can't even make two statements where they back up in statements about in carbon footprint na the world. So na spy degree he gets, na spy qualification he gets.
You can explain.
Or na spy presidency he gets. Because so far so good, everything where they come on as alone, where they go to the international world.
Na Jebu.
Na Jebu. So we'll continue for buy Jebu, we'll continue for each Jebu, we'll continue for talk Jebu, we'll continue for sell Jebu. When are we going to change that system? Some of you don't talk till voice in the court, but they know we'll stop. Until that day the voice not come out again, they will stop talking.
So they say how it turn as so it be, how it be as so it turn.
No, we don't change that day. So how it turn as so it be. Because we will continue for say how it turn as so it be, they will continue for be full. We for stop being fools and stop creating the platform for fools to sit and dance on it, because we're not going to be in the position to tolerate that anymore. Because we say na Sierra Leone, we get feeling, they really feel. How on earth now they pass health check test? We are not even able to administer 1% of the facilities they will need for less than 100 patients in Sierra Leone with a minor tragic disaster like it on day. Now, houses are being burnt in Freetown, even up to today. They say what a place if are burned back again.
Yeah.
We still haven't learned no lessons. And we continue do the same thing over and over. We're not learning. How can we learn? Where somebody guys in the chat group say, the Minister of Health, the boss say, there is 900 billion being put into the budget for fly patients out of Sierra Leone for medical treatment. How on earth can you be so proud and being boastful of that particular strategy? We not even the benefits Sierra Leoneans then, because guess what? You're taking that money out of Sierra Leone for foreign medical attention to patients the way if you put that money into medical resources, they will get us alone. We not even understand the times of what in the medical states then look like. Now even the backyard of some rundown countries them in Europe, not saying proper European systems. We've all seen the challenges the way COVID don't bring come to nations them. Imagine if COVID was the same in Africa like it was in London. Salon if we don't wipe out. Salon for they exist again. Because the amount of death rates we'll get in the country also for COVID is roughly chasing million. That's not only the statistics we possibly themselves go down doctor because they know how to create that serious public health alarm. But if now Africa, Salon for example, let's just twist the coin around and say, look, we reflect back and put this back into the Sierra Leone system and see how we will cope with COVID. Salon if we don't wipe out. Look what happens with Ebola. If the system where them the so-called say is so damaged, yes, it was badly damaged then.
Mukhtar in comments said kill me.
No, seriously. Because if the system be so badly damaged, like how we say it badly damaged, and we're able to tackle Ebola, yes, we suffer a lot of deaths. Compare that now, what in me for that happen? Where COVID went at COVID, when it actually touched Salon, we see the amount of people that will die. Because the time now always be this Salon, people in the state doesn't exist. Yes, because until the temperature been rising, nobody actually hits the right amount of people that we're supposed to hit in terms of their health system or in terms of their health, their own personal health. But if it don't be disaster, Salon don't even exist anymore. So let's think. Are we being governed by the MCC report, or the MCC report is just a distraction of our governance system in Sierra Leone? Because that's exactly they do. Because when they pass the MCC report card, nothing happens anymore. They don't care about nothing. They just move on. business as usual. Let's carry on with our life. Femi make mention of the president visiting Connaught Hospital for the first time ever for Lake we know. When was the last time he made a statement in regards to Connaught? He don't pay a second visit. He don't make any kind of statement towards that after that. But today, as in yesterday, then just don't go sign the cyber bill. That was what is important to them. That's all. That's what is important. And then we realized the vice president make a statement at Connaught again a couple of weeks ago for highlights, say they not increase the budget to 5 point something. We don't make them go to 11 point something % increment. Not knowing that it gets to do with something to do with the increment in the budgeting of the health sector. We made them get 61% for pass the MCC report card. So they know exactly what they're doing. They're making strategic statements, they're making strategic plans, and they're doing strategic things so that they
and the MCC, what's it called, and they're under the vice president office.
Thank you. So basically, he knows exactly what is happening. And he knows exactly why he's saying certain things. Because what's he make for out of coincidence, you just appear at Connaught Hospital and make sure statement? Because he will go down on record. And guess what? You have the civil societies and NGOs who are following whatever he does, so they put it down on records too. So it shows evidence of what they are doing. It shows an amount of evidence of their paper trail. But those paper trail, they will come back one day and bite you guys.
Yeah.
So you think he's going to go in vain? No, he won't. If he doesn't bite you, I'm not swearing, and I need to swear now, but you have generations that are in that country that belongs to your own people who will know for something on our family. Like Femi say, not pray God make something go wrong with you. Because if you're not able for fly out of Sierra Leone, that same dump back way you they ignore. Not take by the eye look begging gone because I didn't get for goalie dumb.
Then say
a few days ago, I listened to Kutuba. Well, a sermon where somebody making a begging gun. I mean, begging. So that grave, where you watch, like for say no see. You get for tell you see, me really watch so. A wicked pass all man, a evil pass all man, a bad pass all man. I can do all kinds of things pass all man. Because when you can meet me, I they cruise you to the extreme, I they put serious pressure on you, I they suffocate you, I they do all kinds of things. You never no power for move, or for act back, or for react. Look, we always lay we get to that stage for make we begin think, say, oh, where are we going? Or when am I going to go where we meant to be going? Let's think. The MCC is not Sierra Leone. And Sierra Leone should not be the MCC. As far as I'm concerned, the MCC is a distraction to good governance in Sierra Leone right now, because it is giving a negative picture of what we know say they happen as alone, and the MCC is telling us otherwise. So let's think about it carefully, and let we know how they respond to them, and let we know how they follow up, and let we know how they make the international community know say the MCC report that they're giving scorecard to Sierra Leone is fake. It's not real. It's not legit. The database collection is wrong. And we need to do proper findings of whatever they are saying, or whoever is saying whatever they're saying to them. Otherwise, we just sink. That's all I will say for now.
Well, thank you so much for that detailed closing statement. You don't highlight a lot of issue, you don't summarize. Femi, you get anything for Adianda on that statement, or you don't have it?
Juma.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to read these statements we can.
Right.
It was shared in confidence.
Right.
We don't get cyber crime laws that we don't pass. So, we have to protect some of the people.
Yes.
But, really and truly, it buttress waiting to be. And another statement we come from another person. We, in the highlights, some good things that we've been at home, because we didn't as well. Lots of the times we criticize, we don't know, but as I said to we would like people to come out and tell us the thing that we didn't miss. We can't know it all. Waiting we they see now the gone, now we they talk. So we're the voice of the people. if there is some high level thing that where they be where we don't know, it is down to the Ministry of Information where they keep meetings every day, not also T-boy. Then they get press conference.
Hey, Minister of Information get press conference alone. I don't know what they're talking about.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. So
I don't know what they're talking about.
What thing they're supposed for they do now for they communicate so we they challenges them and see if the world or if the diaspora or if the people of Sierra Leone in country can actually help. But if una they keep certain things on safe, we will never know. We say una they do this, una they do that, una not ready for defend una safe. Una just shut up, una not they say nothing. You know, it's about time. Really, this is the information age. As I say, I challenge people about the Connaught thing. For several weeks, we run that challenge day. Nobody could provide a picture of either the president or the first lady inside inside Connaught Hospital until we see them that day. But guess what, Juma and T-Boy and our listeners out there? We already say the first lady not be well with them in Cam to the UK for that and dance with them, do the same day with them people and die. Then say she mentioned at her speech, say you know they feel too well. And we know say you know return go salon with him man. People then say she stayed in the UK for treatment. Medical treatment. So the same time where people in the diner salon we no get medical treatment, our first lady is here enjoying the free medical way the UK they give because she's a UK citizen. But yet the people away he claims say he loves so much were dying, were in pain because her husband's administration haven't done the work where they're supposed to do. Then they take millions, they fly around the world. They brought 80 people then see T-Boy see to the UK for conference with most of them people they did not be need for come.
I think it's coming.
What are you saying? Now you tell me. So 80 people come. God knows almost them per diem then they cost the country of Sierra Leone. The taxpayers of Sierra Leone, as Ajibu say yesterday, now 3 grain side no more that money they get for come out. Don't so Juma?
Yeah, 4.
Or 4 different side. Let's be honest, they need to sort out their priorities. As I say, we wish our first lady a speedy recovery. We know say they go take care of na the UK. For the tax with me and T-Boy and Boko of we listeners, they also they pay. Every month we pay from we salary money where they go into the NHS when we first lady they enjoy. But yet then gets the money for pay for make with people in a salon able to get better medical and they refuse.
All right, thank you so much, Tibo and Femi, and thank you to we viewers and listeners. All we platforms them. We don't talk go, don't talk calm, and you cannot just discuss the MCC report in isolation where you not talk about the actual and real things that really happen at the country for see if the MCC report is at par with the reality within at the ground. I appreciate the person who sent a message to Femi. And of course, we respect that. However, the other person will say, then they do so much, then they try, then they that. T-Boy don't talk. Government's not a secret society. You were voted for by the people during elections. You made public promises. Say, when me come, it's not going to be business as usual. I am going to hit the ground running. These were the statements of our president today during campaign. I have been tried and tested during the presidential campaign. I know the problems of Sierra Leone, and I am capable to solve those problems. So now he make I feel say na me na the best person. No other person. I've been done the day before. You know, I know the problem. I know the button them for touch. I have the solutions. You read us your manifesto publicly. So why now, if you they deliver, why you for keep a secret? However, like how T-Boy say, we have 7 million plus people in Sierra Leone. If me not see, Femi not see, T-Boy not see, at least a good number of people in Sierra Leone, including the 2-point-something million people who vote for the SLPP President Madabio, at least let us say the opposition and other people not see. But let them people and they able to come out and attest, say, we don't see the development, we don't feel them, we don't touch them. When me sick, I go to Connaught Hospital, then give me free medical. When I go to hospital, the bed where I lay down is comfortable. The spring then at the bed, not a chuk me. Lights day, water day. The MCC report, we don't see them. But the irony here is, so long as 60% from a UN agency. However, how many days or 2 weeks ago, there was a fire incident. We had people in Connaught Hospital. Who that now one of the people who go make donation there? The ambassador for US ambassador to Sierra Leone can go donation because we call for help, because we government not get what you need for treat them people and there. So let we look at them so and ask ourselves, the MCC report represents the true picture of Sierra Leone. It tell we waiting they happen at the country. Not so we go say, oh, we just read for now waiting then at the MCC report and we analyze waiting we know about Sierra Leone. Una be the judge and tell we whether the MCC report fulfill waiting at the needs and aspirations and waiting the government been promised say then will deliver to we. Wants to say thank you to you all, and we go there tonight again next week. Yeah, T-Boy, next week. Okay, next week we go there on behalf of the Sierra Gem Media team. We pray for una all. Let God guide and protect you wherever you are. Sleep well, and we love you all for the sake of God. Good night.
Good day, my people then. Me na Roland. I come to this school when St. Joseph's School of the Hearing Impaired. When I come, I meet some people there, so all scatter. And I need help to gather them because I get something for them also today. But when I find out, they say all the disabled schools inside the country, Sierra Leone, they're on strike. And the reason being, they say the government need to fulfill the promises where they make to the disabled schools inside Sierra Leone. So in other words, for that reason, the teachers are not come for can teach their picking them. But I meet some of the caretakers around where as they help me for bring their picking also together. They all come in the school uniform. And in fact, I see one teacher they can't, but I will can't ask her what he can do, you know. But then I also see that they just supervise and the senior students in the boarding school. They get a boarding school, about 90 of them, but more get for come back. Today, like what I can always do, I bring come your own monthly commitment where school are open. Because I notice say that people not get forget nothing for eat. So I first come some bags of rice. This one. For able to sustain them whilst they're on campus or during the boarding hour. Yes, sir, I'll be able to talk to you quick. Because I can't tell the teacher now, so I'll be able to talk to you quick. So I'll just see a teacher they can now, so I will get the chance now for interview. Make me know exactly why teachers are not there. Pass them picking there so. I noticed because when we came last time I meet you now, so when we come with the bag surprise. Yeah. You know, I mean the course say and the first can them bag surprise there so. Well, unfortunately I can't meet any teachers them and the students I meet. So what did they go on? Did you able to tell me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
This is a good gesture and we're so happy for what they do. But the thing is, we get a serious problem. A school like this, Just imagine as few then they are no more, others they not carry it.
That's right.
And for take care of them while you feed them, everything entails a lot.
Because I mean understand about 150, I think.
Exactly. And then new ones then they in when new intake don't they.
Yes.
And others then they even from Freetown, they want them from the National Deaf School.
Yes.
Where don't sit NPSC. They want for Canada secondary school. Yes. We need money for run the school.
So what's happening now? What's cause
well, the government now still send the subvention where we for use for run the school, and we're not able to run now without the subvention.
Yeah, because they need for eat and
they need for eat every day. They need for eat. They need light. They need water. All them things they now money it costs. And when you look at the whole country, now this with school now the only school we get secondary school for deaf children.
Very good.
And we don't even produce picking that we don't go to university level. About 7.
Really?
Yes. One day we now 4th year a day now they do physiotherapy.
Oh yes.
And then we get another 5 we they now Unimac.
Yes.
3 they do computer science.
Deaf and dumb. Correct?
Then they do computer science. Other
Yes.
one then they do public health, and the other one they do business administration at EBK.
Wow.
At degree level, not to start.
From this level, from here.
From here to that
Can I read
level.
that? Can I read that?
And we get a lot of them. This year we get good number. We don't go back.
So when you first when you come back, you come to some beginning.
Today the government fund today we're ready for come back.
So me family, thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome.
So now the back of Friday so face cam. Yeah, me go left and also then you go able know now how go Google channel and then tell the sister. You know, because sister not there around, sister Amala, tell her and say I don't come with the commitment. We God don't put in my heart. You know, say I will do this every month of my life. Understand?
Yes, sir.
So my family, this just a challenge again. Me the big winner. When I try to contact the school, St. Joseph School of the Hearing Impaired, inside McKinney, Teco Road, in Sierra Leone. They need assistance, the food, and guess what? The bag of rice don't go up. Prices go up every day as if no price control officers in this country, you know. But it's a commitment we don't make. The same number of bags of rice and we don't start with. As time goes on, I'm going to increase, you know. This is not just a kind thing for me own pocket. In the name of the Lord, for honor, waiting God save, when he hungry, we forgive them food. Then picking also, I identify myself with them. Even though they say that they're not deaf and dumb. Right now we get plenty of people that way, you know, they will talk, they need hear, they didn't streets in the big. But this is not human capital development. If we despise them picking their sooner, the more we get a bigger industrial, huge bigger industry in the country. So the first priority, now them picking their disable, we never neglect them. May them get the benefits, may them get the assistance, may them get the academic assistance, the government, the promises, may them fulfill the promise of them picking their so the teachers will go back again at the schools and they go tell, well, picking they are the vulnerable, they cannot school, they don't get teachers them, you know, and then I can understand, if you don't meet the needs of the teachers, how we able to encourage teachers them for come? If motivation not there, how the teachers are going to motivate them picking their so? So, me the beg Papa government, may them come together, may them try to put them, scattered priorities together, and then make sure them prioritize them picking us on their own agenda. And they call upon we brothers and sisters in the diaspora. Me they ask you now, I they beg you now, they take God beg you now, be in touch with this administration for assist, even if just a little. More come together and assist them picking us now. We don't picking them. You know, so now me own help place where I can with today, and as long as I put a smile to them picking their so, now the greatest riches me want in life, you know, not the riches of possession, but the riches of making somebody happy, you know, feeding the hungry, you know, and sheltering the homeless. So me now Roland, I will continue for updates now from McKinney, Sierra Leone, and St. Joseph School of
for the hearing impaired.
So now this final again.
Okay. Yes, sir. In the first place, I want to tell you plenty. Thank you.
Welcome.
You know, we self not to with joy. We go see don't say no one teach them pick and out with heavy heart. But now the only thing this way go make the government honor with you they try for say.
Yes.
I'm so happy now. Few people that we go turn like you. And I believe say promote that one of the person wey don set example, and I dey call on everybody for let me join hands together for help them to care. If everybody able give you assistance like wetin you don do so, this go able push we, and the school will grow. Because there are certain times then the couch picking them, but because of the accommodation problem, because of feeding, we can find it difficult for lobby take them. And we need space. We need enough space at the border because Pikine they come all over the country. If you check here, we get Pikine from Kono, Bo, Kenema, Freetown, Gambia, Kabala, Kamakwe, all over the country we get Pikine from here. So we dey ask Papa government make it really focus their attention. We really want to move this school to another level.
Thank you.
We start from nursery, we don't primary, we don't go junior, secondary, we don't go senior, we dey at university level. I think that the first school this disabled school this when deaf school we don't produce speaking that we don't go.
Kudos to Sierra Leone.
And we really want to do more.
Kudos to the Minister of Education.
Support. Yes. We dey ask brothers and sisters then at the diaspora, when our friends they wanna get there, when I talk to them, make them help me. We self need help. We want to help them here, make them get their rightful place in our society.
Thank you very much, brother. Thank you so much. I hope I'll come again as usual.
Please, please.
God bless you.
Thank you.
It's been a rolling.
I will tell the administration.
Please, sir. Thank you.
Where person buy them products there, yeah, waiting and get for do. Where the sun come out, then they go put this product directly under the sun. The sun now they charge the panel. The energy from the sun they store on this panel, where you can now host even term for can turn you light on.
My name is Mariam Kamara. I'm the founder and director of Smiling Through Light.
What that is? All right. Una call waiting. Kabatenke, not so. All man they look now. Hey, Batenke, who's are you there? Then kind of meet the paramount chief. And the paramount chief say, well, if una want Batenke, we'll get for put small cooler for Batenke. Yes. Aha. So then, we all want clean energy, correct? We all want solar light. And more importantly, we want solar light for we picking them for study. We want solar light, some of we even want solar light just for run ordinary freezer. Where they free tongue, I know what italic, where I not get light for just put food inside me freezer. Because it means every day, first I go buy fresh food. If I don't cut the fish, before they put a light not there, the fish don't boil. Not so? If it, when you smoke the fish, fly down, sit up and na tumbu the common, not so? But when Batenke down there, they get a light day. When net come, you put your freezer on with that solar day. Definitely, it go work. When you picking one for study, it like you know how to put the big light on, you picking, it go sit down, it go study fine. Because we're picking the study on the light, we're not good in yai. Not so? Right. And we all want to picking a healthy, smiling through light, solar energy. Batenke is about that. It's about health. It's also about wealth. As many other things as Mariam Agefoka explained to her. So, me, not stranger, but today, me I dey talk and say, I dey go inside una belly, make una born me inside Lochar, make una take me as una young pikin. Case closed. Now me done so.
This is such an exciting time for us, and we've just launched a program called Shining a Light on Kamakwe and Lonsau. So we basically got a grant from, which is a comic relief and depict grant under the Common Ground initiative, and this particular grant is managed by Afford UK. So Shining a Light on Kamakwe and Lonsau, it's all around job creation, income opportunities, getting the products in. So a couple of the activities that we're doing within this project is that we're recruiting 9 staff in Sierra Leone. So we're recruiting 3 staff in Freetown, 3 in Kamakwe, 3 in Lonsau.
We're opening 3 offices in Freetown, Kamakwe and Lonsar. We're doing 2 community awareness events, which we held last week, Thursday and Friday. So we had this whole big road trip, and we're doing the community activities and we're using storytelling. So working with Mr. Yusuf Ujalo, the Cow Footprint. So the project is in partnership with the Mambena Cultural and Community Project. And we're using storytelling because even as a company, I don't want people to just get the product. I really want people to understand that I'm using the product and these are the benefits of it. So we're doing a lot of educational work within communities, training them on how the products work, why they should be using the product. You know, we always tell them that light is good for your health, it's good for your education, it's good for your business because of loads of different reasons. So it's a really exciting project.
As a professional storyteller, I am here to kind of like engineer a story within the whole project itself. If you've ever been up country in Sierra Leone here, firefly is very, very common here at night. But not many people have actually noted how the firefly actually gives its light. In the daytime, it's stationary. In fact, it's hidden in the daytime, absorbing the heat from the sun. And then at night, the firefly energizes itself and literally just gives itself fire, light, in order to light its way around. That gives the firefly independence. That gives the firefly the ability to operate when many other living organisms probably ain't operating at all. And just those 2 basic principles are important for our women, whereby through working with Smiling Through Light, selling the solar lights, they're able to generate income for themselves. Through that income, they're able to feed their families, and they're able to kind of get some kind of economic independence. Up country, when you go to school and you have to study at night, you have to use what we call bengbe lamp. Now, if you've been in Sierra Leone, you ever use what we call bengbe lamp, which is like just like an empty milk tin with a twig in it, and then we put kerosene in that, and you study with that kind of firelight. Literally, you get black nostrils, to put it very mildly. But also, it makes the young people ill. Bringing in solar light, like Smiling Through Light is bringing in, will help a lot of young people to study efficiently at night, but also to study and get a better health, while they're studying at night. So for me, using storytelling and using the firefly as a metaphor to illustrate the use of solar energy, I think it's just very, very effective. It is within the cultural context of the people, and they just never will forget what Smiling Through Light is all about.
The problem we're trying to solve is really to make sure people are using clean, sustainable and reliable products. And why is this? Because only 13% of our population have access to electricity. So that means only 13% of the population have access to the grid. And once you don't, people now rely on different lighting options. So for example, people would use kerosene to light up their homes, they would use candles, they would use pan lamp, and these are all really dangerous. The good thing with solar products is that we're in a country where we have unlimited amount of sun. You're getting free light basically. So we want people to really have access to clean energy.
My name na Madam Salematu Kamara. Me na chair lady for the Market Women Marampa Chiefdom, and the trade what they do na lapa business at the deal with. The fuel system, they can short in the lights, because they get light free as how the light been they run trade. And automatically, if they count solar system na losar, I not be able to tell you na lie. We they very happy, because at times we can get breakdown from the machine where they light for we. And when the machine break down, automatically you pick in there, then small lights they will make it and bug, they're not able to see fine. But if we get solar, the cable assist, we pick in there for let them read in a net for study. It's not easy for live na Losa. If the job, although job don't begin come, but I not go able to tell you say 15% of people they would in a Losa they don't get. No, it's not possible yet. Mama, this program where they try for bring come, we're really happy about that because now woman will get respect for person. You can't hire now with this project for can help Marampa chiefdom. I say automatically we're ready for work with you. You get plan for in hometown. It will not go ever let her down. Shine the light, smiling through lights.
I am Yusuf Jallo, the cow footprint. And the firefly, it came like this. Na panke yantenga molua. Gudana yantenga molua baba horimbing. Shining a light, smiling through light.
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Yes, this na term for all Salon people and them party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour, and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sierragemmedia.org. Now who's term these? Somebody.